everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier, here with you on Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, speaking to everyone in the world, and we hope to hear your voice because we believe in the First Amendment. It is not just an American right, it is your right by birth, even when your government doesn't agree, even when the internet overlords don't agree. You deserve to be heard, and we want to hear you. So we're going to be talking about a lot of things today, and it's great to be with you guys. I was just seeing some of the latest news, and do you feel safe? Let me ask you, do you feel safe? Do you feel okay? Do you think that the world is in a good place or getting to be in a big good place? Is it getting better? And I have to ask you, why, if you don't feel that it's getting better, why is that? I think it's because the stability is really falling apart around the world as we see more and more news, and a lot of it has to be centered around the United States. I mean, we are the leaders of the world. That is a fact. We lead democracy in the world. That is a fact. And because of that, we're seeing a lot of disruption because of what's happening in the United States, and the focus not on leadership, not on democracy, but on winning an election, the 2022 midterm elections, and by extension, 2024. And the first comment we have today, and thank you for commenting and being with us, Dal is with us. He mentions that Voss is on stream making turkey dinner. Hey, I'm glad you're making turkey dinner. And many people do like to listen along on the show as we talk, and you are all welcome, even your comments on your chats, your tweets, and your phone calls. You can call into 607-242-1582, and you can tell us. You don't have to agree. You can be you. Tell us what you think. So I think so I'm saying, hello, John. Oh, John, it's good to see you, man. I haven't seen you in a while. And your baby looks beautiful. I'll say hello to the missus for me. I hope everyone is doing well. Stay warm. So I was talking about global stability, and I think it's important because we're seeing an emphasis on elections and power, and some people trying to maintain power rather than trying to take care of the jobs that they were elected to do, rather than trying to take care of their constituents and therefore the world as well. Hello, Wheels. Good to see you with us as well. So, and we're seeing this in a lot of different ways. And it's interesting because the further we go down this road with the Biden-Harris administration, the more we're seeing people around the world and in the United States that are recognizing it. I'll give you an example of what I mean. This is trending right now on Twitter. I just noticed it before the show started. And it's Bill Maher. And if you go on Twitter right now, you'll see Bill Maher is trending. And why is he trending? Because he is taking on the radicalism that we see coming from the left, especially amongst progressives. He's attacking this idea that you can't think, that you can't have an opinion, that you can't read a report, a scientific report, and say, hey, this is a question, that you can't ask your doctor a question about your personal health care, that you have to be subservient to a political organization that has no idea who you are or what's going on your individual life. I think it's well said here that, here it is, by Newsmax. In a tweet in his monologue on Friday, real-time host Bill Maher blasted the, quote, small contingent of Democrats who've gone, quote, gone mental, and a majority of their party who, quote, refused to call them out. He said, and this is from Bill Maher, it's not my fault that the party of FDR and JFK is turning into a party of LOL and WTF. And I think this is a really great one. I'm going to actually take that because what are we seeing? We're seeing, and this is from Rob Schneider, it's from Glenn Greenwald. Again, these are left-leaning people. Bill Maher, hey, there is no joke. There is no question here. Bill Maher is a leftist. Absolutely. He has admitted that himself. He is a leftist, and I would say he's even a progressive on many issues. And He is pointing out the extremes. Wheels mentions Bill Maher is center left. The left had gone so far left that he now looks right center of left. And I think that's very true. We've seen this constant movement that makes it seem so insane. And it's crazy. And I want you to realize that this is how bad it's getting. Because Glenn Greenwald, who is a very well-noted, decorated journalist from the left, who is pointing out that the current desire to silence people who have an opinion in America, which is our First Amendment right, is almost like a religion. Glenn Greenwald calls it the pressure campaign on Spotify to remove Joe Rogan reveals the religion of the left. That the Democratic Party's liberal adherents silencing their adversaries has become a religion. This is a problem in any nation. At any time in the world, when you have a nation that silences, that demonizes a part of its people, that is always bad. That is always the problem. And when that nation is a powerful first world nation, that is a problem for the rest of the world. When that nation happens to be the United States, which is the beacon of democracy in the world, and every other first world nation takes its lead from the United States. If we are demonizing our people, we are sending out the signals to the rest of the world that they can demonize their people. That in countries that don't have the freedom to speak and to voice their opinions, in countries where you will be arrested for using the wrong words, like in Canada, like in the United Kingdom, that if you use the wrong words, you'll be arrested. If in the United States, it's okay to demonize and silence people, what do you think they're going to do to people in their countries? If that's what freedom is in America, then how much further away from freedom are you going to see Canada, the United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand? How far do you think they're going to go? Because it goes pretty far away. And I think that's a really big thing, especially with the Spotify thing. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it because I don't talk about entertainment much. But Joe Rogan, and let me ask you, do you think Joe Rogan should be silenced because he has an opinion? Because he has guests, sometimes guests like the self-avowed communist Bernie Sanders. Do you think that he should be silenced? That he should not be able to speak about anything or have any voice, even when people oppose him, have different views than him? Should he just be eliminated and unpersoned? Because today, some people don't like what he had to say. But last week, they were fine. Last week, they were okay. Should Bill Maher be silenced and eliminated his voice because he doesn't agree with the approved position coming from the Biden-Harris administration and many of the state governments held by Democrats across this country? Now, that's a serious question. I really want you to think about that. Should we silence these left? I'm talking about Bill Maher. This is a left-of-center individual. Should he be unpersoned, his livelihood removed, just because he doesn't agree? Because he has a different opinion. And let me ask you, if Bill Maher has a different opinion and he is unpersoned, what happens to you? You don't have the millions that Bill Maher has. You don't have the political power that Bill Maher and Glenn Greenwald have. You don't have the reach of a Joe Rogan or a Bill Maher or a Glenn Greenwald. What happens to you if you ever have a different opinion than the leadership? And if that's happening in the United States, what happens in other countries? Imagine if in the United States you can unperson someone, destroy their livelihood, remove their ability to make money. And if you're doing that in the United States, what do you think is going to happen in Australia, as an example, where the government will literally knock on your door and take you from your home and put you into call it an internment camp, call it a rest home, call it a vacation spot. I don't care what you want to call it. It is a government-owned, isolated camp where you're put in against your will until the government lets you out. How much further away from freedom do you think we go? Wheels mentions, no, nor should any far left podcast. I don't like listening to or watching something. I just don't. I understand. And I'm not. You can listen to Joe Rogan. You can listen to Bill Maher. You can listen to Glenn Greenwald. You can listen to CNN and MSNBC. I'm not telling you not to watch any of those programs. I'm not telling you who to pick. I'm not telling you to be a Republican or a conservative. I am. You don't have to be. But I am concerned when there are certain people like Brian Stelter and Rachel Maddow, Joe Biden, Kathy Hochul, the appointed governor of New York, that are out there insisting you can't speak, that you don't have that freedom. There are people like George Takei who are coming up and saying you don't deserve medical help, that the Hippocratic Oath does not apply to you if you don't agree with his politics. That is a fact. We have covered that on this show before. He has publicly said he wants people to be harmed because they don't agree with his political opinion. So much for the Hippocratic Oath. That's dangerous. And that makes the world unstable. When people are being demonized and they are being targeted as evil, as the bad guys, as someone who is not a person, the world gets unstable and it gets worse and worse. So when I hear that Neil Diamond or Joni Ernst and all these other musicians are like, well, you should silence this guy. Imagine if Joni Ernst and the rest of them are being silenced in the 60s because their music was unappealing. And someone said, and people did try, as a matter of fact, in the 60s and 70s, people did try to block them from having their music on radio stations. Imagine if it worked. Imagine if you weren't able to hear Neil Young or Joni Ernst or REO Speedwagon, Pink Floyd, the Beatles. Yeah, I know I got his name wrong before, but I don't care. He's an entertainer. And an entertainer shouldn't be concerned about freedom. In fact, I would expect any entertainer would want more freedom so that other people can express themselves, so that they themselves, Neil Young, should be happy to have a Joe Rogan exist so that he, Neil Young, can express himself. If Neil Young wants to write a song praising the centralized government and telling people to be another drone in the march towards socialism and communism, fantastic. He should have that right. But if Joe Rogan doesn't have that right, neither does Neil Young. And I think that's something that they miss. I think that's something that's not talked about in the news media. If Joe Rogan, if Bill Maher, if Glenn Greenwald do not have a right to speak or to express themselves, neither do you. And it's just a matter of the day, the moment, the minute that they figure out you are saying something that they don't like, whoever the they is, the government, whatever group is running it. And then they come and silence you too. Neil Young will be silenced. This very same people he's defending will come and destroy him because he doesn't have any freedom of speech. The very same freedom of speech he wants to take away from Joe Rogan, the very same freedom of speech he wants to take away from you is the very same free speech he doesn't have either. And he thinks he has it today, but guess what? Piss someone off, have someone look back in your tweets, have someone go back and look at the 1970s and the interviews he had in the 1970s, and let's see how long they're going to say, hey, Neil Young, you're a great guy. Thank you for trying to stand up for the the party line politics. And that's the problem, because they can always find something. There is always something. And when I say that the instability is growing in the world because of these things, because we see the Biden-Harris administration so focused on trying to unperson and silence anyone who disagrees with them, they're so busy trying to hide these people from you, the voter, so that they can maintain their power. We're seeing other nations around the world losing their minds. How about 2 hours ago, the news just came out, North Korea fired yet another missile at Japan again, our ally in Southeast Asia. North Korea, this is the 7th. According to the Associated Press, and as you have seen that we have covered on this program, this is 7 times in 1 month that North Korea has fired a missile at Japan. They're endangering the entire Southeast Asia with the support of China, because America is so busy trying to win an election. Joe Biden's so busy trying to win an election that he's not paying attention. He's not addressing this. Yes, he did say, North Korea, please stop that. He did diplomatically. He sent Secretary of State Blinken. They made an announcement, said, North Korea, you're doing bad things. Stop that. And North Korea said, oh, really? Here's another missile that we're firing off. Proving that they have many of these missiles and that they could start nuclear war anytime that they want to. They can fire nuclear missiles at Japan. They can fire nuclear missiles at North Korea. And by the way, the United States has agreements to protect Japan and North Korea, which means we would be in a war. Now, as we have covered on this program before, we do not think we're about to have World War III. That's not going to happen. When you hear people talking about World War III, they're wrong. They're misunderstanding. Because for World War III, like World War I, was the world fighting against Germany. World War II was the world fighting against Germany and that ideology, the axis of power. That would be Germany, Italy, and Japan. That was an ideology. That was a way of thinking. That's not what's happening now. We won't have World War III. What we will have is 3 separate global regional wars happening at the same time. As we have covered in a previous video during the week, we believe that it will be not a global war, but 3 massive regional wars. North Europe, you're going to see a war there. You'll see a war in the Middle East with Iran leading that. And you'll see a Southeast Asia war where it'll be the North Korea and or China taking on countries like Japan and South Korea. And they will happen at the same time. And when that happens, the United States, which is there, we have agreements to protect NATO and Europe. We have agreements to protect Japan and South Korea. We have these agreements that already exist that say we have to go in, and we have Israel in the Middle East that we have to protect. We're going to be drawn in at a time that we have a leadership in the United States that can't handle more than one problem at a time, and every problem they have touched in the last year factually has failed. The economy, national security, the border. What issue can you point to that says success? I mean, I know that just this month, the beginning of this month, we heard Joe Biden tell you that this is an extraordinary day, that the American economy is getting so much stronger as inflation hits a 40-year high. We believe it's actually 11%. It's actually being reported at 7%. And he's telling us that that's a wonderful economy until today when he had to admit, no, the economy's screwed. Inflation is real. And you lost money in 2021. You lost that raise you got, gone, eaten up. Inflation was more than all the money you made, well, all the raise that you made last year. This is the consequence because he can't handle the issues, as we see the Middle East blow up and get insane, as we're watching Europe blow up and get insane, we're watching Southeast Asia blow up and get insane. North Korea is firing 7 hypersonic missiles at our allies. That is a regional war. And the United States would have to go in there, and or Taiwan. The United States would have to go in. We have to protect them. And if we don't do something about this, what happens? If Biden keeps ignoring the saying, please just stop and be good, what happens? Do you think North Korea has no intention of stopping, and they apparently have no limit on the number of missiles that they have, because they keep firing them off? And they can put a nuclear bomb on any of these missiles at any time they want to. Global security. But meanwhile, you hear in the United States, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris are talking about the 2022 election. They're talking about whether or not they're going to be elected and run for office in 2024. And the news media overall, overwhelmingly, I mean, I had to show you the Associated Press. Where's the New York Times? Where's CNN? Where's MSNBC, ABC, CBS News? Where are they talking about, by the way, North Korea has sent off 7 hypersonic missiles at our allies, endangering the world and bringing us closer to a war? Where is their news? They're hiding that from you. They don't want you to know that. Why? Because you'll have a negative view of the Biden-Harris administration, which they're trying to protect. By the way, and every single poll that's been done, people have a negative view of the Biden-Harris administration. So they kind of failed in that. But imagine how much worse it would be if people realized how much closer we are to war at this moment. Dow mentions stop, or I'll say stop again. Please stop. Please. That's Joe Biden. And you know what? I think you encapsulated that correctly. I'll give you another understanding of how bad these things are. And I'm going to get to U.S. domestic as well, but I want you to understand the real scope and how little you are being told about this. Thank God there are people like Tim Pool, there are people like Steven Crowder, Gothics. There are so many other people in our program as well that are trying to point out these issues for you, because if you're informed, you will make a better vote, whatever it's going to be, and we will get a better nation, and that means we get a better world. But the news media does not trust you. The American media does not want you to think. Here's what I mean. This is from the BBC 6 hours ago. Ukraine-Russia tensions, British troops unlikely to fight. It is the United Kingdom who have stepped up because everything that the Biden administration has done has failed. Secretary of State Antony Blinken failed. He had his negotiations. Russia said, screw you. We want the Ukraine. We want to take over the Ukraine. And we want sanctions lifted. And we want guarantees, irrevocable guarantees that NATO will not affect us. And the United States said, no, we can't do all that. And so Russia says, oh, okay, well, screw you. We're going to keep going. The United Kingdom stepped in and said, oh my God, America has failed. The threat of the big stick that America carries is going nowhere, because no one believes that Joe Biden, who is willing to abandon American citizens in Afghanistan while they are surrounded by the Taliban, ISIS, and Al-Qaeda, no one believes that that guy who is so terrified of having a war, who's so terrified of standing up to the 70,000 troops of the Taliban, that guy, if he won't stand up to them with all the firepower of the United States, he's definitely not going to stand up to Russia. So the United Kingdom stepped in and said, hey, we're going to try and support. And they said, hey, we're going to give sanctions. We're going to financially hurt Russia after the fact. If Russia takes over the Ukraine after the fact, they're going to put in sanctions that will hurt Russia, kind of like what the Democrats are doing in the United States. They protected the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, a gas oil pipeline. Yeah, they're eco-fanatics, and they created another oil pipeline, not in the United States, not for the United States' benefit, but for Russia's benefit. And they refused to put sanctions on that. Democrats in the Senate have already voted on it. They said, no, we're going to protect the Russian pipeline. So the United Kingdom said, hey, they're going to do all they can to try and deter this. They literally said, we're going to do all we can to through deterrence and diplomacy to encourage Vladimir Putin and Russia to desist. But the fact is, they're not going to put troops in. And Biden has already said very publicly he will not put troops in. And he knows that Russia's going to take over the Ukraine. Biden has already said that. He's already excused that. He's already said it's going to happen. Russia has nothing stopping it from taking over the Ukraine. The fact that we're hearing the United Kingdom, we're hearing the United States puff up their chests and say, oh, you shouldn't do that. No one's going to stop them. And Russia knows it. Which means the world gets closer to a war. Again, a regional war in Europe. Because people are taking advantage of the weakness of the Biden-Harris administration, as Biden-Harris is here in America trying to say, no, but I'm a great leader and everything's okay. And don't pay attention to the news. Just listen to me as I tell you everything's okay. And CNN, Brian Stelter, Joy Reid, Rachel Maddow are running around trying to convince you, no, everything's great. It's really, really great. It's better than it was under Trump when we had 3.6 unemployment, when the world was secure and none of these nations were going around trying to take over anybody. No, things are better now. You just don't understand. And I love when I hear this from, especially from academics. You just don't understand. You just don't understand. You're not smart enough. I literally am in an ongoing argument right now with a university professor who is trying to tell me that I do not understand critical race theory. I do not understand the racism that affects black people. Now, I want you to look at me. If you are watching this video, I want you to look at me for a second. And I know I have lights on, so I'm a little bit washed out. But I want you to look at me and understand. I am being told by a professor who is white that I do not understand the issues of race and racism in America and around the world as a black man. As a black Hispanic, I don't understand the issue of institutional racism, which is why I'm against it, because I just don't get it. Is that insulting? Yes. Is it stupid? Yes. And these are the very same people that are running around and telling you, you need to understand Black Lives Matter. And we're going to donate money to Black Lives Matter. And they're going to promote Black Lives Matter. And Black Lives Matter is going to buy a $6 million mansion in Canada with your money and never tell you about it. Oh, you think I'm lying? You think I'm lying? January 29th, New York Post. This was a fact in Canada. The creators of Black Lives Matter in America used $6.3 million of $66 million that had been donated by people in Minneapolis, people in Portland, people in Seattle, New York City, people in Boulder, Colorado, in Austin, Texas, who are the very same cities that had all of the riots, that took their money and they gave it to Black Lives Matter because Black Lives Matter, because racism, institutional racism, they gave their hard-earned money, and Black Lives Matter, with the leaders, self-avowed communists, decided to go out and they bought themselves a $6.3 million mansion in Canada. They bought themselves $3.2 million homes in Georgia and in Los Angeles, and then they walked away from the organization, said, okay, I'm done. BLM bought Patrice Cullors a $3.2 million home, a $6.3 million home. We're talking about $10 million of your money went to her having a house, becoming a multimillionaire as a communist, as a socialist communist who believes that you shouldn't have homes, that you don't need a home, that you should give up your homes. This is what she has promoted, especially if you happen to be white. And she's saying that, meanwhile, she's taking your money and she's got a house and now she retired. She got $10 million homes and multiple homes and she retired, walked away, said, okay, I'm done now. I made millions. She's a multi-millionaire. And she walked away. So much for the effort of making sure that black people will be okay in America. So much for fighting institutional racism. Jason mentions, and only he can fix, yeah, and only these people, Patrice Cullors, who's a woman, Patrice Cullors, BLM, the progressive movement, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, they're the only ones who can take care of your life. By the way, they're going to use your money without telling you, and they're going to make their lives better. But they didn't take $10 million. And to this day, as far as I'm aware, and all of everyone who's done analysis of all the money that has been donated, the $66 million that has been donated to BLM in the United States since 2020, not one dime has gone to a regional community. Not one black poor community has received a single dime. They didn't spend any money. $2 billion worth of damage in Minneapolis alone. $2 billion. That's black people who lost their homes. They lost their businesses. Black people, because of the riots in Minneapolis, burning down black businesses, burning down black homes, destroying black businesses. And BLM spent $0 to help rebuild any of Minneapolis. But they did spend $10 million to give Patrice Cullors a bunch of houses. Tell me. And this is the thing that they keep telling us you can't talk about. That's why, and they're pissed off and they want to silence us when we speak about that. When Joe Rogan's saying, and Glenn Greenwald are saying it's a religion, and they want to silence you if you say something that is an absolute fact. And when people like Bill Maher point out these facts, even though they're from the left turns around and says, you can't say this. You should know about this. Yeah, YouTube's been screwing around with a lot of things. I'm surprised they're even letting me get this far into the conversation. I'll give you another example of what I'm talking about when I'm saying there's instability in the United States that is affecting the rest of the world. That the focus is on the 2022 midterm elections. Let me explain what I mean by that. We have, and I have to be very careful here. So let me explain for the censors at YouTube, at Facebook, at Twitter, all the social media. Let me explain very clearly that I am about to quote legislation that has been put in by a state government. And this is reading, and I am quoting the actual news, the actual law, the bills proposed by state legislators lawfully elected in the United States. This is not some kind of misinformation. This is quoting the Wisconsin state legislature, which I now have on the screen right now. You've been told that you must obey, that that right now, Democrats are trying to protect you, kind of like BLM. They're protecting you. They have to protect your right to vote. And if we do not vote for Democrats, you will lose the right to vote. What they're not telling you is there is assembly in Wisconsin State's legislature, the Assembly Joint Resolution 120, as put forth on January 25th of 2022, which in part says, and I quote, I am quoting the legislature, whereas the Wisconsin vote database reflects 7.1 million registered voters in the state, with a population of 5.8 million and a voting age population of 4.5 million, and the Wisconsin voting database is riddled with incomplete and misrepresented data, including thousands of voters with the same phone numbers, addresses, and faulty zip codes, all of which reflects gross negligence in maintaining the database. And whereas grassroots canvassing efforts reveal 200 addresses in 31 counties in Wisconsin that have 200 to 400 registered voters at a single address, and a sampling of 1,000 actual 2020 absentee ballot envelopes from Milwaukee's county found 23% had questionable addresses. Why is this all being said in Wisconsin? Because Wisconsin is trying to fix the law. They're trying to fix their elections going forward. See, Joe Biden is telling you, you have to do what Democrats say, just like you did in 2020, to make sure elections are okay. And what Wisconsin and the Wisconsin law in the courts, they found out that that's all a lie, that they broke the law, they changed the law illegally, and they came up with results that illegally, that altered the effects. And that is by court admissions. This has been in the court admissions, and this is from the Wisconsin State Legislature as they quote court cases. So the censors, and they're talking about Wisconsin's Supreme Court case, which was on March 25th of 2020, that they are citing amongst other legislation. So the censors for YouTube, for Twitter, for Facebook, you can go and hang yourselves, because this is a fact. And this is what's creating instability. This is how they are trying to change the elections. This is how you are being told what you can and cannot do. Now, I'm perfectly fine with if you tell me, sorry, I just got a message about some more information. Now, you can tell me, Mike, I don't agree. Yes, I see the legislation. I see the articles. I see that their audits have been done, and I don't agree with you. That's perfectly fine. You can call in to 607-242-1582, and you can tell me, Mike, you got it wrong. All I'm at, and I will respectfully listen to what you have to say, and I ask you one thing. How am I misunderstanding the facts, not the feelings? I don't care what your feeling is. I don't care if you feel like this isn't right. I don't care if you feel like you should believe in this. I am asking very simply that how am I wrong factually? Yes, unlike Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez on 60 Minutes, I want to be grammatically, I want to be empirically, I want to be mathematically correct. I am showing you facts because facts matter. Feelings fade, they change, I don't care. I care about the facts, and the facts are that you are being misled. And anyone who points out, hey, this isn't exactly correct, is being silenced. And if they can be silenced, you can be silenced. And that's exactly what they want to do. You think, Mike, no one wants to silence me. You're misunderstanding that, Mike. There is no evidence that the left is trying to silence anyone. The left stands for freedom, free expression. They're there to help people. They want to create safe spaces for Black people, for women, for minorities, trans, any of the represented peoples of the world. They're there to help you, and we're trying to teach the other. We're exporting these ideas like BLM, like racial institutional racism. We're trying to push the trans agenda around the world. See, that's what the Dems are doing because they don't want to silence anyone. And then I just point to the ACLU of South Dakota, which is right now, the December 21st, and they are in court right now. They are fighting that South Dakota is trying to end censorship in schools. Now you're going to tell me, what is it? The ACLU says, in part, the First Amendment protects academic freedom and the right to share ideas, including the right of individuals to receive information and knowledge. Think about that. The First Amendment includes the right of individuals to receive information and knowledge. Then think about what the left is doing about Bill Maher. Then look at what the left is doing about Joe Rogan. Information and knowledge. But they don't want that. They don't want you to have information and knowledge. They don't want you to think about that. The ACLU is actually telling you that the Democrats are trying to do something that you, with your own eyes, going to Twitter right this second, will see is a lie. That they are trying to silence people with information and knowledge that isn't approved. And they're trying to silence them. They're trying to shut them down. They're trying to take away their voices. They're trying to punish them for not committing a crime. The only thing these people have done, the only thing that you have done is you said, I have a different opinion. But the ACLU is trying to do that. And it's not the only one. There's another case. Here it goes. Governor DeSantis. He has the Stop Woke Activism to end critical race theory application in our schools. And you'll say to me, well, Mike, I don't understand that. What are they trying to do? All of these bills are very similar. And I'm going to show you what they won't show you. See, this is stuff you haven't heard about. I guarantee you, the average person in America does not know that in South Dakota, there is, that the Governor Noem is trying to put in a law to protect your children. That you don't know, and it has not been major news, that Governor DeSantis in Florida is trying to protect your kids in schools. And if you say, what are they trying to protect them from? They're trying to protect them from a teacher that is saying, white people are evil, black people are victims. That they don't want to teach your kids. That in Governor Noem and Governor DeSantis are trying to protect your kids from being taught that they are inherently either an evil racist or a victim for the rest of their lives. That's the application of critical race theory. And I have shown you that in SUNY Broome, a community college in the southern tier of New York. That is exactly what they teach. December 8th, I was there in person as we had professors teaching critical race theory to the students, saying white people were evil, black people were victims, institutional racism was the cause, and if you don't agree with that, you are the problem. You are a racist if you say that that isn't true. And it's even in New Hampshire. Liberal, left-leaning New Hampshire. Bill HB 1313. See, I'm actually going to tell you the bills. I'm actually showing you the bills. At the end of this show, you will be able to go to the links and you will be able to read this for yourself. Because I want you to know what's going on. It's New Hampshire Bill 1313. From the General Court of New Hampshire. This is from the legislature of New Hampshire. So again, for all of the Facebook, Twitter, all those censors, screw off. This is as published. This is as it is published. So HB 1313. This is as simple a law as you can read. This is the legislation. It's so simple that it fits on a quarter of a page, a half of a page. And here it is. This is the thing. This is what the ACLU is trying to fight against. This is what the ACLU and Democrats are saying you cannot teach kids. This is what their problem is. Quote, no pupil in any public elementary or secondary school, so in public school or in high school, in the state of New Hampshire, and no student attending a public post-secondary educational institution, so anyone who's going to a public college, shall be taught, instructed, inculcated, or compelled to express belief in, support for anyone or more of the following of any group. Now, this is what's important. This law already exists. What the ACLU, what the progressives are telling you that they are fighting against, it already exists. This is already law. In fact, its prohibitions on teaching discrimination, Amendment RSA 193.40, it already exists. The only thing that we are seeing that are coming from these governors, that are coming from these states, is the addition of the words college, elementary school, and high school. That's it. They're saying you can't do this at a college or a school. You can't do this to our children in schools. That's the only thing that is being added to the law that already exists. A law that says you can't force me to believe a certain religion, a certain political ideology. You can't force me to express, to say that I believe X, Y, Z. You cannot force that on me. Only I get to choose that. And they are only adding in students, the public and students. No one can force them to say, oh, you're white, so therefore you're evil, you're black, or you're Hispanic, and therefore you are a victim for the rest of your lives. And if you disagree with that, you're evil. You can't force them to say that. You can't force them to believe that. You can't teach them that that is the only way to think. That's all they're saying. That is all that they are saying. And the left, the ACLU, the progressives, the Biden-Harris administration are fighting, saying, you can't tell me, you cannot do that. I have a teacher in Broome County who is fighting with me because they believe they must be able to tell kids, you are evil if you are white, and you are a victim if you are black, and you cannot think anything else. Even as a black Hispanic man of 53 years of age with college and world experience, I cannot say I disagree with that. That's what they want by law to be able to say, that you cannot disagree. And that's what they're trying to protect. And they need to win in 2022 to be able to protect that. And the news media doesn't want you to think about it, which is why you have never heard of New Hampshire Bill HB 1313. It's why you haven't heard about Florida's Stop Woke Activism. It's why you haven't heard about South Dakota's classroom censorship. It's why you're not hearing about Assembly Joint Resolution 120 in Wisconsin, because they do not want you to ever hear these words. Let me go to, and I see your comment, Jason. I'm going to get to it in 1 second. According to the press secretary for Governor DeSantis of Florida, colleges and universities would not be prohibited from teaching about the concepts of critical race theory as long as the instruction is given in an objective manner, without endorsing any of the discriminatory concepts. So critical race theory would be taught like any other ideology that professors discuss with students. As an example, professors teach students about fascism and communism, say World War II, without ever endorsing communism or fascism, you would hope. And they can do that. And they can do the same thing with critical race theory. The only thing they can't do, the only thing that's illegal to do in Florida, in and all these other states, is you can't force a kid to say, oh, and you're evil by birth because of the color of your skin. And this is important because if you can say in America in 2021 that someone is evil because of the color of their skin, the rest of the world will say the same thing too. If the freest nation in the world, the most powerful nation in the world, if America says you can judge people by the color of their skin alone, then every other nation in the world will do so too. And that means it's going to be way worse for most of the world. Jason mentions critical racists has to assume you don't understand because you are black, and being black, you are not intelligent enough to know, and you don't know because whites made you that way. I've understood that logic. And that's the logic that you often hear from the progressive left. This is what I hear from academics in schools. You know, people who have been in school for their entire life, from kindergarten to being professors at universities. They have never spent a day in a real job out in the real world talking to real people. Guess what? I'm not an academic. I've lived in Moscow. I've lived in Latvia. I've lived in Soviet Georgia. I've lived on the west coast of America and the east coast of America. I've spent time, good amount of time, in the south of America and through the northeast. I'm a real person. I've lived 53 years of life. I think I might know what it's like to be a black Puerto Rican in America and around the world. And yet they're going to tell me, but you just don't understand. I'm a pretty intelligent man. I'm not telling you that I'm Einstein, but you know what? I'm not stupid either. I'm not Gomer Pyle. I'm a very intelligent man. And I can understand these things. And guess what? So do you. Most people in America aren't potatoes. You understand things. If someone explains something to you, you will get it. Because you're not dumb. But they're trying to treat us like we're idiots, and it's only when you are in opposition. See, the far left had no problem with Bill Maher, and anything and everything Bill Maher had to say, he was out there. Bill Maher, as we have shown you in this channel, I think it was March of 2020, Bill Maher said, don't worry that there is an accusation of sexual assault against Joe Biden. Vote Democrat anyway because he didn't like President Trump. That is a fact. I've shown you the article on this program before, and the left was perfectly happy with him saying that. Now that he is saying that the party of FDR and JFK is turning into the party of LOL and WTF, the left is losing its mind. How dare he say that? He can't say that. That's not approved. Well, you should think, why is he saying that? If he is such a strong leftist, why is he saying that? And why is he against trying to export BLM around the world? Why is he against trying to export critical race theory around the world? Why is he trying to stop the blind obedience, the religious faith of progressivism around the world? Like Glenn Greenwald, a absolutely left-leaning political journalist. And he's against the religion of progressivism. You should ask yourself, why are these left-leaning people? I'm not talking about anyone on the right. These are left-leaning people. Why are they telling you, protect yourself, don't let them do this? And there are more and more who are joining that argument as we hear people like Neil Young say, no, just blindly obey. Joni Ernst, please blindly obey Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, blindly obey. Remember, Afghanistan was an extreme success. Joe Biden said that. Joe Biden said that the economy has had a historic turnaround. We are in a great position, even though we see that inflation's at 7.1%. Goldman Sachs is now saying that they're expecting to see the interest rates increase 5 times in this year. There are estimates that the interest rates will increase by 2 to 2.5 points by the end of the year, which means you're going to be paying more in your credit cards. You're going to pay more if you have a variable mortgage. You're going to pay more for your loans. You're going to pay more for everything that you use credit cards for. Everything is going to cost you more, which means inflation will go up, let's call it conservatively, 9%. It's going to be 9.5%, maybe 10%, maybe double digit. I'm going by the government predictions. I'm going by their numbers. And you're looking at double digit inflation before the end of this year. Do you think milk and eggs cost a lot of money right now? Wait till the end of the year. It's going to cost more. And if I am correct about the regional wars, if there is a war in Europe, and there's a war that's happening in Southeast Asia, and there's a war in the Middle East, and the United States, thank you, President Obama, is a service economy, which means we don't manufacture stuff anymore. We get it from overseas. And the guys overseas are the people who are fighting with us. You think that the store shelves are empty now? And if you think things are expensive now, imagine when we're fighting the people that are actually manufacturing all those iPhones, your cell phones, your TVs, your clothes. They make all of that stuff over there. If they're in the middle of a war with us, who do you think is going to make it for you? Especially since they transformed America. Obama did exactly what he said. He transformed America and stopped us from manufacturing things here in the United States and gave it to people who hate our guts. So that if we get into a war with them, they turn off the spigot. There are no more container ships in our bay or on its way. And you just don't have anything anymore. And no one in the news media is willing to tell you this and to make you think about it. And if that happens, the United States is in a worse position because it makes it harder for us to help people like the Ukraine, like Poland, like Israel, Japan, North Korea, all of our allies around the world. It makes life much more difficult for them. It makes them in danger because we have less that we can do. Falcon. Hello, Falcon. We have a new person joining the audience, and I always love that. And thank you for taking some time to be with us today. Falcon says, everyone I know is seriously pissed off with the price of food and fuel. Democrats are in a serious wake-up call for the midterm elections. Yes, but see, we all know that the Democrats are going to lose. The question is, how badly are they going to lose? And more importantly, how much damage are they going to do in that process? Which I think is really the biggest problem. And we have the news media working against us. So Falcon, let me show you what I mean. So this is an article that comes from Arizona Central, okay? Came out today, January 27th. Front runner, no more. New poll shows Kari Lake has gone stagnant, okay? And this is what they published from Lori Roberts of the Arizona Republic. This is a newspaper in the state of Arizona. And this is how the media is twisting people. This is what they're doing to you. Here's the article. Since she stopped, Kari Lake is running for the governor's race in Arizona, and she's winning. She's a Republican. There are other Republicans running against her. And here it is. They say she's dropped 7 points since November, according to a new poll of registered Republicans by Ohio Predictive Insights. The drop in support isn't steep, given the poll's 5 to 7% margin of error. But the fact that Lake isn't attracting any new Republican support. Wait a minute. There's something that's very important in this. What's the level of support for Kari Lake? These are the first couple of paragraphs of this article. She's a front runner in the governor's race. Where's she at? But she's a front runner no more. You're telling me that she stopped being the front runner. Okay, who is the front runner? They're not telling you. Where was she at? Where did she fall to? I can tell you that Biden has gone from 55% overall approval to 33% overall approval in the United States since January 20th of 2021. Where's this information? Oh, she's spending more than $1 million and she's evilly Donald Trump's endorsement. Okay, so she has similar views. She's a Republican and she dropped. You know where they finally tell you the answer? All the way down, I believe the poll number was, oh God, it's at the bottom of this thing. I believe it is in, nope. Yeah, it's right around here. At the very bottom of the article. They buried it. They buried it so you can't even find the numbers. They're trying to say that she's at 20. Oh, there it is. There it is. They buried it in one sentence. Oh, yeah, she's at 28%. Really? They buried this. Why? Because you're not supposed to think about that. You're not even supposed to read that far. It's a throwaway line. What you're supposed to think is, okay, Republicans are losing, Democrats are winning. This is how they manipulate you. This is how the newspapers manipulate you. They won't tell you, oh no, that's not true. That's not what's going on. They'll lie to you. Falcon mentions the scary part is getting us into a war in Ukraine. Former military vet. This is the last diversion the Biden administration has. You know, I'm glad you bring that up. I don't think that's true. I do not think Biden has the balls nor the capability of going into the Ukraine with U.S. troops. Let me tell you why I think that. One, Biden is not a war hawk, and he doesn't want to be seen as a war hawk. Millennials, the younger voters, hate war, and they hate anyone who supports any kind of war. They have been trained all their lives that anyone who wants to fight a war, they've been trained that soldiers are evil people. Fighting wars is an evil thing. They don't even believe in fighting for most of the issues they believe in, or they've been told to believe in. So Biden, if he starts a war, he would be reversing a trend. Donald Trump did not start any new wars. He is one of the few modern history presidents that did not start a war while he's in office. Joe Biden would be doing exactly what President Obama did, starting a war. He would be a war hawk. That's evil. He would lose votes from the millennials. That is a fact. Two, if any soldier, and in a war zone, there will be soldiers that will die. That is a fact. So he loses votes with veterans because you and moms of those soldiers are going to hate him because he just got them killed. So he loses more votes. So do the Democrats. He's also going to lose support internationally because if the United States is fighting, we're going to tell everyone in NATO to give us some troops. We've already, as I just showed you, the United Kingdom does not want to put a single troop in there. If the United States puts in troops, the United Kingdom will have to. And they don't want to do that. They've just told us 6 hours ago, they absolutely do not want to put any of their troops into the Ukraine. And if the United States in, they got to put them in too. So it would piss off our allies internationally. Let me also say, Biden doesn't have the balls. He ran away from Afghanistan as fast as he could. He ran away from Afghanistan so fast that he abandoned American citizens. And in the Ukraine, as we mentioned last Sunday and was confirmed by the rest of the major news media Monday, that Joe Biden is abandoning women and children, American women and children in the Ukraine. We covered it last week. They gave an order to all of the diplomats, get out of the Ukraine, get your families out of the Ukraine. By the way, the United States government will not help you. You are on your own. You have to figure out how to get your family onto a flight before bombs start falling on their heads. It's up to you, because the United States government under the Biden-Harris administration will not take a C-130 that is sitting in Berlin in Germany right now, fly it 2 hours into the Ukraine and into Kiev, take your family and fly back, costing the United States maybe $200,000. Let's call it $1 million. And the United States spends under Joe Biden $6.9 trillion. It's a million millions. Even if it costs $1 million to put a C-130 into the Ukraine, take the American women and children and take them out just so they're safe because we are evacuating, and they won't do it. Joe Biden will not protect the Ukraine. If he won't even send a plane to pick up women and children that he is told to get out of the country, if he won't even do that with a plane not more than 2 hours away, he's not going to fight Russia. He's not going to get in that fight. He loses too much. That's my opinion. Now, you can definitely say, Mike, that sounds great. That sounds fantastic. I think you're wrong. Okay. And you can tell me that doesn't make sense. Okay. Tell me why he would do it. What does he gain for doing it? He gains for saying that he will do it. The bluster is good. That gets him good eyeballs. It supposedly makes him look strong. But to actually do it, he loses. That's what I think. Dow mentions the State Department did the same thing when Americans were in danger from Afghan communities in other countries after 9/11. Basically, the gist of the message, find your own way home. Yeah. And I have a problem with that with anyone. Falcon also mentioned that company I work for provides shipping services and products across the planet. Major issues started last month with steel and computer parts. The impacts will show in 6 months. And I agree with you. It's bad. The economy is absolutely horrendous. And like I said, if we go by the government-approved projections, we're talking about 9.5% inflation by the end of the year. I realistically tell you that based on the data I am seeing, before the summer, we will be at 11% real world, you and me paying bills, going to the store, 11% real inflation. And that's the average, which means meat, eggs, food will be more than even that, more than what it is right now, which depending on where you are in the country, some people have told me the prices have gone up somewhere between 20 and 30% for milk and eggs and meat. And I'm telling you that they're going to go up even more. We're talking 35, 40% increases versus 2019. And I think real world, we may end the year somewhere around 12 to 15% on inflation. That's what I think is the real number that we will be paying, you and me, which means that you're not going to get another raise. And if any raise that you got already is going to be gone, you're going to be losing money separate of the increase in taxes that you are seeing. You're going to lose money net under the Biden administration. Hey, love to TVL. Thank you for being with us. She says, I think he will for distraction purposes, distractions from gas prices, empty shelves, and devastating failure of his first year. Oh, and of course, the economy and people's refusal to work. There are 4 million people who are refusing to work. They have quit their jobs. And the COVID BS narrative is splintering. I agree with most of that. I do think there is a distraction in talking about Russia, which is why we're not talking about, oh, yeah, I know it's you, Tina. I didn't know, I couldn't remember what the TVL meant. Love to travel. I do understand that the distraction is he's talking about being tough, about putting in troops, but no one believes him. There is no world leader that believes Biden will do it. No world leader believes that he is capable of doing it. And that's why we're seeing North Korea is firing off missile after missile, and the news media won't tell you about it. Because unless you have been following this show every week, there is, as far as I can find, nobody in the news media who's talking about this. There is no one else. Russell Brand, Steven Crowder, I think Ben Shapiro did mention it, but I don't remember exactly. You go down the list, Tim Pool, and Tim Pool did have one show mentioning that there was a missile going off, but he hasn't been following this. No one's talking about, we've been talking about it since the beginning, actually since December, we've been talking about these problems with our international policy. No one else has been talking about it because they don't want you to think about it. They want you to think that the rest of the world is fine. Everything's okay. It's like Afghanistan. It was an extreme success. Everything is extremely peaceful. Bull. Falcon mentions, look at the current interest rates if you try to purchase a home today. This is happening now. Try to purchase a used car, let alone the purchase price of new cars. This is hurting the middle class. The middle class should be, please understand when I say this, appreciate the prices today because they're going to get so much worse. If we are correct, like we were correct February 2021, when we told you that inflation was going up and that the economy was going to crash in the second half of 2021, you can go back, you can see the video. We did that, I believe it was February 17th that we put out the video. No one likes doing math. Not many people paid attention, but we told you exactly why the economy was going to crash. And we are telling you right now that you're going to see probably by the end of the year, somewhere between 12 to 15% inflation. Real world inflation is going to be even higher on a lot of the things that you buy and that you use. And the middle class is going to be crushed. And their taxes are going to be even higher. And sadly, knowing all this, the great saving grace for many of the Democrats across this nation, Republicans are fighting amongst themselves. There is such a clamor for many people to try and get elected that they're fighting against themselves. And what we're seeing is there is a fight between the establishment and what I would call real Republicans, real conservatives, individuals with a real point of view. I'll give you an example of what I mean in real world, real time, in my location. So in the southern tier of New York, Robin Alpaugh has formally announced that he is going to be running for New York State Assembly. He is the establishment candidate. Sophia Resinetti, who is currently a member of the Binghamton City Council, is going to be running for the State Assembly. And on February 1st, we will be covering that event with her. We will be there covering that event, and we will have tape of the entire event for you. And we hope to have an interview with Sophia very shortly. That was 3 days ago. Here's the inside scoop on that. There has been a battle since the beginning of the year. Sophia, the Republicans are being hit with this. The establishment was told, here is a candidate who's going to run. And the establishment said, oh my God, no, you can't do that. We'll put up another candidate so they can lose, because the person in charge is the fourth most powerful Democrat in the New York State Assembly, which is Donna Lopardo, who I also know. By the way, I know Robin Al Paul. I know Sophia Resinetti. I know the establishment leadership of the Southern Tier Republican Party. I know Donna Lopardo, Assemblywoman of the New York 122nd District. I know them all. And they're all decent people. And I'm on friendly, mostly friendly terms with all of them. So I'm telling you, and this is my understanding of various aspects from various sources, many people that I've spoken to about this, there is a battle between the establishment and a real conservative. Not to say that Robin isn't, that he's somehow not a real Republican. I'm not saying that. He's an establishment man. He will do what the establishment wants. And he's not a strong candidate. He's meant to lose because they want the Democrat to win. Why? Because they want another Republican to win. It's part of a deal. And that's the problem. There are backdoor deals that are happening amongst establishment Democrats and amongst establishment Republicans that are happening in the background that you, the general public, you, the rank and file voter, whether you're a rank and file Democrat, you're a rank and file Republican, you're a rank and file Libertarian, you don't know about these stories. I hear about them. I have various sources. They tell me bits of this and that. But they don't, what's happening in the background, you don't get to hear about. And I'm telling you, it's not for your advantage. These are artificial conflicts that are being used to make your life worse off. So I am going to be following. And I've been telling you guys since the beginning of the year that there was going to be a big battle in the Southern Tier. It's the race for the Assembly. Told you it was coming. Didn't mention the names. I knew all the players. I knew everybody who was running. I knew exactly when they came out. I knew exactly what they were going to do. Because we do have these conversations. And we couldn't say it because it wasn't public. But this is going to be a big battle. And it may affect whether or not the public, who I believe around the nation, do not want Democrats. They want to see a change. They don't want establishment candidates, people who have been doing nothing but over and over again, that these people have been telling you, oh, you know, we've got the next home run. Remember, I just did a video on home run politics. We've got the next home run. There's going to be hemp, and it's going to transform our city, and it's going to bring in all this money for our community, and it failed. We're going to do drones. We're going to make a drone facility, test drones. It will bring in thousands of jobs. It will bring in tens of millions of dollars. Everyone's going to do better, and it's going to transform Utica and Rome. And it failed. We are going to protect the universities in our communities, and they're going to bring in new businesses, and new businesses are going to be created. They're incubators. They're going to do so fantastic for us all, and they're being thrown under a bus. Donna Lopardo, Assemblywoman, Fred Akshar, who's running for sheriff, voiced concern over Binghamton's University not being designated as a flagship institution. There's only 4 of them in the entire state, and Binghamton is being thrown under a bus after we have been told that this would transform our community and make this a wonderful place because the university would create, the students would go on and they would create small businesses in the community, creating jobs and helping everyone do better, and it's going to transform everything. It's a home run. And it failed. Because Democrats failed. New York State's run by Democrats. When things fail in New York State, it's not because Republicans have no power. Libertarians have no power. You can't say, oh, New York State's failing because of the... No, Republicans, Democrats, conservatives, we have no power. The Democrats have the power. Progressives have the power. And when it fails in New York State, and when we see that the home runs we are being promised, whether it's hemp or drone testing facilities or it's our universities, when they completely fail, you can't tell me, well, this is because of Republicans. It's Democrats that did this to you. And they're going to tell you, don't worry, I have another home run coming down the road. It's a lie. Well, let me be kind. It's not a lie. It's their willful belief of something that isn't necessarily true. What is it? The saying goes that Ben Franklin said, the definition of insanity is to do the same thing over and over again and to expect that you'll get a different result. And that's what some in the establishment Democratic Party of New York State want you to believe. They're going to do the same thing they've done over and over and over again. But don't worry, this next time they're going to get it right. It's kind of like the people who tell you socialism. We need to do socialism because now we have it figured out. Yes, people have been doing socialism for 100 years, and it's always failed everywhere in the world. There is no successful socialist nation in the world, nor in the history of the world. Does not exist and has never happened. But you need to be a democratic socialist because they figured it out now. And this time, it's going to be different. Even though it does exactly the same thing that it has always done. And they word their articles just so carefully, like in Arizona, to try and tell you, no, this person's not doing well. They're leading by incredibly huge margins. They're incredible successes. The public loves them. But but you just don't understand. Oh, Joe Biden, he's successful. Don't look at inflation numbers. Don't pay attention to what's happening in North Korea. Don't pay attention to what's happening with China. Don't pay attention to what Russia is saying. Don't listen to the Ukraine as they talk about it. Poland? What's Poland? Is that a country? Don't even think about that. By the way, BLM, you're a racist. Do what we say. Don't mind that the communists who created BLM took your money and bought $10 million worth of homes and then, retired. Don't worry about that. You're a racist. Do what we say. And I swear to God, if you think I am wrong, if you think I misunderstand, if you think I have not gotten this right, please be more than happy. Call into the show, 607-242-1582, and tell me why you think that's the case. Falcon mentions that yesterday, the wife spent $300 at Walmart for basic food. Looked at the refrigerator and said, we're in serious trouble. First time, Falcon, thank you for being on the channel. First time speaking the truth. Thumbs up to the channel. Thank you. And actually, you remind me. I always forget to do this on Sundays. If you're finding this to be interesting, you don't have to agree. You don't have to be you don't have to become a Republican. You don't have to be anything. But if you find this to be interesting, if you're enjoying having the conversation of considering things that the mainstream media won't tell you about and to have a conversation about, then please like, share, most of all, subscribe. Give us the chance to be able to speak to more people around the country and the world and to hear their voices, their real voices. Not what the media is telling you that you should be thinking, but what you actually think and what your neighbors actually think and what people across the country think. People who are watching this show in Poland, in the United Kingdom, in India, in Peru. I know people in Australia. They're in different time zones, so you don't always see them on the show, but they talk to me about the show afterwards. Around the world, everyone is welcome. And so please, let's reach more people. And let's make sure that the politicians who are also watching this show, I know a lot of these politicians talk to me off the record, and they'll tell me, oh yeah, I saw the show. I saw that comment from Falcon. I heard what they had to say. They're paying attention. They just don't want to speak up. So this is important, and we really do appreciate each and every person who watches this show who makes a comment. And we respect everything you have to say, even if you disagree. You don't have to agree. You can tell me you think I'm wrong. You can call in and say, hey, Mike, I think you're doing a great job. You can do that too. But I'm just as happy to hear, no, I think you're wrong. I think you misunderstood. Okay, tell me why. That's the only thing I ask for. Don't tell me that I'm ugly. Don't tell me that I'm old. Don't tell me that I have gray hair. Don't tell me, you think I'm just soulless. These are the things that I get from the left. I don't care about all that. Tell me why. If I'm wrong, educate me. Help me learn. Help us all learn. Because that's not what I'm seeing in the facts that are being presented to us. I'll give you another example of what I'm talking about here. You've been told that bail reform will make you safe. You have been told that the thing that's going to make you better off is letting criminals out of prisons, that it's racist and it's bad and you're evil. If you're white, you're evil and a racist. And only the evil racist would say that people who've committed a crime need to be in jail. Okay, Rochester, New York. This is from January 20th. Guy, he was convicted for violent crimes. They paroled him. He turned around, went to an apartment building and start shooting up the apartment building. Did you see this in the news? Was this national news? Because I think it could have been. A guy with a gun shooting at 7-year-old children. Where's the gun nuts? Where's the anti-Second Amendment people trying to talk about this story? Oh, I know what the problem is. The guy's black. There's your first problem. Well, he's black. Well, we can't really talk about black guys with a gun. That's racist. You also can't mention the fact that the guy was on parole for first-degree robbery. And you know when he was in jail last time? October. He got convicted, was in jail, and they put him on parole in October. Well, hello, it's January, and here he is shooting up a building, endangering a 7-year-old child. Bail reform, we have to change the prison system because it's unfair to black people. No, you know what? It's unfair to criminals, and I'm okay with that. Because this guy who's endangering black kids and shooting up buildings needs to be in jail, and they shouldn't have paroled him back in October. You should have stayed in prison. And you may say, Mike, that's just unfair, and you just don't understand it. I understand. I'm from the Bronx. I've lived in horrible neighborhoods. Hell, I've been homeless twice. This is not new news. I've talked about this on this program often. I believe in protecting the homeless. I believe in helping people to, when life beats you up, to get back up. I believe in that 100%. I've lived when I was homeless in California, and I was homeless. Part of the time I was homeless, the only place I could sleep before I was sleeping on the steps of a church, I had to stay for a little while. I was able to stay for a little while at a crack house. And if you think sleeping on the steps outside in front of a church on your own is dangerous, try trying to sleep at a crack house. If you think that you're going to sleep on the ground outside in the public and you think that might keep you on edge and you won't get a good night's sleep, try sleeping in a crack house. And I had to do that at one point in my life. It was dangerous. Not that I used crack, it was just a bed. I had the ability to use that bed because I thought it would be somewhat safer. No, it wasn't. It wasn't safe at all. Really dangerous place. I was safer sleeping on the street. But that's important to understand. We need to make sure that we hold our politicians accountable, because when they tell us these lies like, hey, bail reform is going to make you safe. Red flag laws are going to make you safe. New York SAFE Act is going to make you safe. Okay, I just named 3 different things. Oh, BLM is going to make you safe. Defunding the police are going to make you safe. I've named 5 different issues. Every single one of them apply in this case. BLM didn't make me safe from this black criminal. The New York SAFE Act, the red flag laws, the anti-gun policies didn't make me safe from this criminal who didn't register the gun and endangered the life of a 7-year-old. Parole reform, bail reform didn't make me safe or anyone in Rochester safe from this criminal who was shooting at a 7-year-old child. They lied to you. The politicians are lying to you that this is going to make you safe. No, it's not. They're lying. And they want to be re-elected. Falcon mentions this is a great example of a crime problem. Look at what's happened in San Francisco, born and raised in Stockton, California. Yet another place. San Jose. We did a video earlier this week about San Jose, and they're telling us, okay, they're trying to use parts of HR 127 by Representative Sheila Jackson Lee. And it's a bill meant to deny you the right to own a firearm. It makes it too expensive. It makes the paperwork too long. It basically is trying to deny you the right to defend yourself. Also, in New York State, Senate Assembly Bill A7771. We did a video on this. You can see it. It's about 2 days ago. And these bills are meant to leave you defenseless. They're meant to take away your freedom. Meanwhile, the people who are breaking laws, they're known as criminals, don't care. These laws aren't meant to prevent criminals from doing something. They're meant to prevent you from protecting yourself. And that's a problem. Okay. All right, folks, give me 1 second. I know this is going to be weird. I just need to step away from the show for a second, and then I'm going to come right back, okay? Bear with me, folks, just a moment. Whoops. Okay. Destroying my lights all over the place. Sorry about that, folks. Okay. Sorry, I apologize. I had to step away. I thought someone was trying to get into the house. As my address is public notice and public information, sometimes when I hear sounds, I like to double check. And it sounded like for a second like someone was trying to get in, since I am public. But rather than do something like that, what I recommend for people is call in. 607-242-1582. No, I'm not being swatted. No. It may have been a cat banging on the door in the backyard. That's fine. But I wanted to double check. And well, let me refocus here. So let me explain why this domestic, the problem with the United States focusing on these things, are going to affect people in Germany, in the United Kingdom, in Sweden, Poland, and Australia, and New Zealand. if the United States is becoming more and more violent, if crime is increasing, and if the answer to this crime, both it is one, it's being promoted by the government as a means to control the people, because you're being told you don't have the right, according to the Ninth Circuit Court, as we have covered on this program before. The Ninth Circuit Court says you don't have a right to defend yourself, your family, or anyone else outside of your home. We have the red flag laws that are saying you don't have a right to have a gun in your home. This is without breaking any laws. You're not breaking any laws. And according to the Ninth Circuit Court of the United States, you don't have a right to defend yourself outside of your home with a firearm. And according to red flag laws in 18 states, you don't have a right to defend yourself in your own home. You have to rely on the government, which means the government has more and more power and you have less and less. And that creates a situation like in Venezuela, as reported by the New York Times and NPR, that Venezuela took away everyone's guns and then killed 5,000 of its people. That was 3 years ago in 2018. And they did that because that's exactly what the United States is doing, minus the killing its own people. But the United States is taking away your guns. They're taking away your rights. In New York State, we have the New York SAFE Act. We have the red flag laws. And I have documented over and over again every single year since 2013. I have done at least one video, if not multiple, showing you the exact data from New York State itself, telling you that they have not made you safer ever. Your safety has not improved, not even one time. Not even once. They're not making your life safer. And especially not now. And if the United States is not safer, but it is more powerful, Democrats have greater power. The government of the United States has more power. And the people are becoming more subservient. If you happen to be a dictator or autocrat, someone who wants to have power, what's more attractive to you? A people who are able to defend themselves and are able to complain and they can vote, or a bunch of people who have been trained to be subservient, to not question anything, to do what they are told, and do not have the ability to defend themselves? Which one do you think is better as an autocrat? Falcon mentions he's gotten many job offers from the Bay Area. Well, it's because New York State is failing, and everyone is leaving New York State. It is a fact. 350,000 people in 2021 left New York State. That is on top of the 1.7 million people that left New York State over the last 10 years. We have been leading the nation. We're number one or number two biggest exodus state of the nation for the last 7 years, 5 or 7 years in a row. Number one or two. We're always either number one or number two of people getting out of Dodge, leaving as fast as they can because it's failing. Because it's a complete failure. And I'm showing you why, but the problem is these people are going over to states like New Hampshire, they're going over to Wisconsin, they're going to Florida, they're going to Texas, and they're trying to make those states into a similar version of New York State to become more liberal and progressive, not realizing that's the reason why you left the state in the first place. New York is run 60 years. Over 60 years, New York State has been run by Democrats. And over 60 years, New York State has lost. This is a fact. Since 1957, New York State has lost population every year, year over year. We've lost senators, members of Congress, representatives, every single decade. This is going on since the 1960s. This is a fact. Not disputable. It's not an opinion. It doesn't matter how you feel about it. It is a fact. And the more people leave, the worse it becomes, but also the worse we're making other parts of the country as well that weren't nearly as bad. Austin, Texas had riots for BLM because people from California went to Austin, Texas. And they brought this idea of BLM, institutional racism, critical race theory, white people are evil, black people are victims. They brought this ideology to Austin, and then they decided to burn down Austin. And who wins? Yes, they're burning down Austin like they were burning down Seattle, and they were burning down Portland, and they were burning down LA. Did that help Austin at all? No. It just made it worse for everyone. And the very same people that they said they want to protect, the poor people, the black people, the disenfranchised people, all suffered. We got to call them out for what that is. And we got to stop with the petty games in politics, like in New York State, like in the Southern Tier, where we have the establishment versus people who actually have strong beliefs, not establishment beliefs, not establishment deals that may or may not exist with the Republican Broome County Republican Party, and their establishment may or may not be supporting deals in the back door that doesn't work in the best advantage of the American people. Not to say that their candidates are all bad people. I think Robin Alpol is a very good man. I know him personally. I think he's a good man. I think he's a Republican. Do I think the establishment of the Republican Party in Broome County, are they some of the best people? Which one are you talking about? And which one's in control? It's a different question altogether. And I guarantee you, this is happening not just, as I showed you earlier, it's happening in Arizona. And the news media are pushing that in Arizona. And I've shown you what's happening in Wisconsin and South Dakota. I'm showing you Florida. I'm showing you the evidence from the original sources, from the late state legislatures, as well as the news, showing you exactly why I'm saying this. Now, you can tell me, Mike, that's all well and good. You just haven't read enough. Okay. Maybe I missed an article. Please show me the article from a credible source. Maybe I missed the law. Show me the legislation that is from whichever state legislature or the United States Congress. Let me talk to your congressman. I talk to several. I have the phone numbers of several members of Congress. I talk to them on a regular basis. No problem. There are people who are running for Congress, candidates, both Democrats and Libertarians and Republicans that I know and I expect to have on the show to do an interview. There's a Democrat running for Congress right now. I'm waiting for him to call me back because we've been trying to put him on this show to do an interview with you so you can see whether or not he should be on. I talk to these people on a regular basis. And if you think I'm missing something, please let me know. Please tell us all. Because I don't mind being wrong. I'm a human being. I'm a man. I can be wrong. I don't mind being wrong. Let me learn. Show me where I'm wrong. Please explain how my conclusions don't make sense, or there's a better conclusion to come to. Please let me know so that I can learn and I can be a better person. And our government can be a better government. And the world can take our example and be better. Instead, we have Joe Biden and Kamala Harris abandoning Americans in the Ukraine, abandoning Americans in Afghanistan, and ISIS is being released from the prisons, not because of Trump, because they didn't do it when Trump was in. They did it under Biden when he handed the keys to the Taliban. The Taliban released ISIS, and ISIS ran to the middle of Africa. They went to Central and Western Africa, and they started to commit civil war, which is why Burkina Faso, which we were talking about last week before anyone else in the news media was, what do you find out? They had a civil war. You know why that happened? Joe Biden in Afghanistan. That's why. Let me get to some of the comments. I know there's some comments here, and I missed a couple. I want to get to it. Falcon mentioned regarding gun rights. Currently living in Nevada, my recommendation is to do some research before you move to a state that supports your Second Amendment. I strongly recommend people be aware of what is your right. I absolutely tell every single woman, go know what your Second Amendment rights are, get yourself a firearm, get trained on how to use that firearm, and whether you ever do have to use it or not, I hope you never do, but have the option. What's that? There's this, what was it? It's a TV show. Sam Shepard is on it. There's a commercial for it. It's like the Old West, and they're on a wagon train and they're going out to wherever. I don't know the show, but I know the commercial. And this one cowboy rides on up, and there's a woman who's sitting in a wagon, and he goes to her bag. He takes a handgun from his back. He puts it into her bag, and she says, "What's that for?" And his answer is, "I don't know, but I don't want to be in a situation when we need to find out and you don't have it." That's what I believe for women in America today. I'd rather you have the firearm, know how to use, and are trained in that firearm, and you can make your choice whether you want to or not, rather than have the government say, you don't get the right to have it. Don't worry, you're fighting against a 300-pound man or a 200-pound man or a man that outweighs you by 25 pounds and maybe 4 to 6 inches. Don't worry, you'll be okay, because eventually we might come save you, depending on what's your color of skin, what's your sexual preference. Wait a minute, bail reform. We also defunded the police. So don't worry, just wait, and we will eventually maybe come and save you. I'm sorry, I don't think that's a good idea. So yes, I do believe people should understand their rights under the Second Amendment, Falcon. Dow mentions, which explains why our government, so many of the things I'm talking about have been explaining why the government is allowing mass infusion of illegal aliens to bolster the population. Yeah, because guess what? In New York State, and we just saw, and we've been talking about this, for a year since we found out that the Biden-Harris administration had been shipping children, illegal alien children, into Tennessee. That was back in March. We were one of the first and one of the few who actually made it public and said, hey, the Biden administration is taking children from our southern border, they're putting them on planes, and they're shipping them over to Tennessee. And then they were shipping them to New York State in the middle of the night because they don't want you to know about it and they don't want to tell you about it. And this is the way they're trying to make it seem like, well, no, there's not a whole bunch of illegal aliens all over the place with COVID. That doesn't exist. Because they shipped them out to another place so that when they do eventually let reporters in to see the places, they look like they're empty. Why? Because they took everyone and they spread them all around the country in the middle of the night without telling anyone, including that state's government, that police, the security, the TSA. They don't tell anyone about it. As we now know, as we have seen the video telling us that the Biden administration is doing this behind your back. And the worst part of that illegal immigration, and this is the part no one's mentioned, they are promoting the abuse of children. Because when you take a kid who is sent on a 1,000-mile trek with a bunch of sex slavers and drug gangs to come into the United States, to run around the desert by themselves, abandoned 3 days, dying of water, deprivation of water, and we take that kid and you put him in a hotel, which is better than anywhere he's ever lived in his life, better than his family has ever lived in their lives, because they live in a shanty town with a little cardboard house. And this kid is living in a hotel, a motel, better than anything's ever seen before. And then you take that kid and put him on a jet plane and you take him to a state like New York or Tennessee or California or Wisconsin or Michigan or Chicago. And you take that kid and you put him into a place that he's better than anything he has ever seen before. And when he does get to talk to his family, he says, I'm living the best life I have ever seen. America is the greatest nation in the world. Which is true. Do you think they're going to send the next kid too? Do you think their neighbors are going to say, oh my God, your kid's getting three meals a day? He's living in a room that's bigger than my entire house. He's over there and they're not trying to kill him every day. The government isn't trying to just burn him up. I need to send my kid on a 1,000-mile trek into the United States with sex slavers and drug gangs so he can run through the desert and maybe be found just before he dies of dehydration so that he can now live in a great life in a hotel paid for by the American taxes. That's the true evil of that situation. And we need to call it out for what it is. And you can tell me you disagree. Tell me why. Don't tell me you feel like I'm wrong. Tell me why I am wrong. What fact am I misunderstanding in the evidence that I'm pointing to? And if you say, Mike, well, you don't have evidence on this. There are 150,000 children in 2021 that entered the United States from February to December of 2021 under the Biden-Harris administration. And every single time they have been interviewed, those children have said they were sent to America because of Joe Biden. And Kamala Harris she actually spends one meeting every year to actually address the southern border that she's supposed to be in charge of. She goes and holds one meeting a year about our southern border. If that's not telling you that she doesn't give a damn and that it's not important and they want the open border and they want those children to come in, then please tell me how I'm misunderstanding that. Especially when those illegal aliens are being told in California and in New York City that they will be able to vote in 30 days, to vote to get themselves more money and better lives and more housing and more protection. Whether you want to or not, they're going to vote. And yes, in 2022, because New York City said that they can vote, you are going to be affected. Matter of fact, I need to show you something, folks. I need to show you this. And I'm going to get to the rest of the comments in just a moment. This is a request for legislation. Now, let me be very clear. Elected officials do not create laws. You create laws. That's a fact. And you can directly create laws yourself, just like I did. I wrote this legislation that you see right in front of you. I gave this to the city of Binghamton, to the city council of Binghamton, where I live. And I wrote this resolution, and I said that the city of Binghamton should not violate the law, the Constitution, and give illegal aliens, non-citizens, the right to vote. They do not have that right, not in the United States and pretty much nowhere in the world. They do not have the right to vote in our elections. They do not get the right to pick the next member of Congress. They don't get to pick the next governor. They don't get to pick anything. They are not citizens. And I wanted the city of Binghamton to stand up and say, we believe in the Constitution. We will not vote. We will not allow illegal aliens, non-citizens, to vote in our elections. Yes, you too can make a law and send it in and say to your elected officials, I want you to submit this. I think this should be a law. And the answer and this is funny, I put in that bill, I sent it in to them, and before Sunday, I think it was Friday, I had heard nothing. 3 days, absolutely no comment, even though I know, and I had called in and said, I sent this letter to you. Send me a message when you get this. Here's the email. I'm sending it now. 3 days later, no comment. Even though I know they received the email. I know they received that bill. And then I said, I'm going to show the world, just like I did, this bill. I'm going to go on YouTube. I'm going to go on my live stream, and I'm going to let everyone know I put that in, and this is what I think. And I had heard nothing. 3 hours after I told Facebook and Twitter that I was going to talk about that bill, I got an answer from the Binghamton City Council. And what they told me is, it's an interesting bill, and it won't pass this year. They responded, it's not going to happen. Not in New York State, not in 2022. And you want to tell me that illegal aliens aren't going to vote in New York City, 800,000 of them at least, and affect who's going to be our governor, who are going to be some of our members of Congress, and the laws that affect everyone in New York State. You think that's really not going to happen when I'm being told by my city, not New York City, my city, that no, we can't say that we're going to stand up for the Constitution and not allow illegal aliens to vote. You don't know how livid I am about that. Okay, let me get back to the comments here. Dal mentioned that, John mentioned our only influx of population privatized paid for education, so the numbers are likely greater for exodus. Student populations, especially in Broome County, seems to be increasing while locals have been leaving. It looks like YouTube cut off part of your comment there, John. But yes, the problem is we're having a lot of people who are being educated in the system, in our school systems, who have been taught, like the CRT, critical race theory, and its application, that those same people were being told that if you're white, you're evil, if you're black, you're a victim, and if you disagree with that, well, then that's because you're a racist. They are the same people who are being told how to vote. And they come into our schools and they vote in our elections, and then they leave. Because it doesn't matter what happens. They did their job. They did what they were supposed to do. They did what their teachers told them to do. They did the brainwashing. They were subservient, and then they left because they don't have to worry about the consequences. That's a problem. Falcon mentions major advice to firearms and home defense. If allowed in your state, apply and complete a concealed carry. And I do agree with that people should have concealed carry. I think it's very important. Falcon mentions that my current Second Amendment firearms I will list if requested. No, don't tell anyone about your firearms, Falcon. I never tell anyone to put up any of their firearms. That's your private information. It's kind of like your health care. That's for you. The government doesn't need to know what firearms you have. I don't need to know what your firearms have on this program. The public does not need to know that. If you have a firearm, fantastic. I may or may not have one or several dozen firearms of all kinds of calibers and all types. I may or may not have that. I may or may not train with that on a regular basis. And I may or may not blow a hole through anyone trying to get into my door that isn't supposed to be here, because my home is my castle. Screw you, New York. I believe that. That is a right. I can defend myself. And if they're on my property, same thing. But I'm not saying that I do or don't. And the government shouldn't know that either. So that when the government, if a government decides, like they always do, that they have they have taken away everyone's guns so that they can bust down their doors. And like in Australia, you don't even have to be in Venezuela where they're going to pull people out of their homes and kill them. No, it doesn't have to be North Korea. In Australia, when the government comes to your door and takes you away and takes you to a camp, internment camp, medical camp, whatever you want to call it, they take them out. You can't say no. You can't stop them. You can't defend yourself because they took your guns away. They took away your right to have that firearm. You don't have anything to, because the police have guns, the military standing at your doorstep, they have their firearms. That's a problem. And I know there's people who will tell me that, Mike, you know what? That can't happen in America. We're never going to lose the Second Amendment. Besides the fact that Beto O'Rourke says he wants to get rid of the Second Amendment, and he's running for governor of Texas. Besides Kamala Harris saying that she wants to stop people from being able to have gun ownership. She was a senator, and now, she got elected, and she promised to do that with an executive order. So January of 2023, when she replaces Joe Biden because of his mental deficiencies, we believe she's going to take over because of the 25th Amendment, and expect within 100 days of that, she's going to put in, as she promised, an executive order to take away your right to own a firearm. We have New York State that said that they have red flag laws. They have the New York Safe Act to take away your rights. Don't tell me that the government isn't trying to take away your right to have a firearm. We've heard Joe Biden on CNN in a nationally televised town hall say that he wants to take away your right to have a 9mm handgun and any firearm that can fire 20 rounds, which is every firearm in the world today other than revolvers. And if we can do that in America, a nation known for their firearms, what do you think is going to happen in England where you can't have a firearm? Well, I can tell you what's going to happen. Stabbings. London has almost as many stabbings, if not more, than New York City has shootings. So you're still not safe. But this old man doesn't know what he's talking about. And yes, Dal, I saw that. It was funny. I also have a second channel where when I wind down and relax, a lot of people don't realize I'm not always serious. And I play EVE Online at the moment. I'm really having a lot of fun with it. And people get to hear me laugh and do stupid things because I play video games badly. And Dal was mentioning that, and the name of that channel is The Old Man in the Digital World, or OMDW. And so people laugh about that. Just saying. Hot Chicks. Hello, Hot Chicks. Good to know that you're here with us. And Hot Chick says, if I cannot do my job in America, then no one can, because all I do is write speeches. Censorship is the enemy. And I agree. Censorship is the enemy. It's one of the biggest problems that we have. I will say to everyone on the left who disagrees with me, who does not believe what I believe, which is fine. And I ask you, tell me why. Let's have that conversation. What's wrong with having the conversation? I don't know how many people I know say, I don't want to talk about politics. I don't want to talk about economics. I'm like, you pay taxes every day. You go to the store and inflation is real. It comes right out of your pocket when you go and buy some food. You can't escape the economy. You can't escape, if you are a woman as an example, or a child as an example, or even other men, you can't escape the threat of crime as it is rising and the ways to deter crime, which include being able to own a firearm. That's a fact. Wars are deterred very often because one side says, I have a bigger gun than the other. Hey, John's actually seen, I didn't know, John, you saw my gaming channel. Kuba! There's Kuba's here with us. Kuba's in Poland, and thank you, Kuba, for joining us. So, this is, and again, we have many examples in England, the United Kingdom, Australia. We have examples in Venezuela. From the left and the right, we are seeing this. And they're taking the lead from America. And that's why this is so important, that America has to get it right. And by the way, part of getting it right, term limits. And when we see politicians do things like what we have seen with, let me show you. Like when they tell you point blank, we cannot say it's illegal to break the Constitution. When we see politicians who are saying, hey, just allow Democrats to do their home runs. We have a home run. It's going to take care of you. And it fails. Hold them accountable for that. When we see things like they tell you bail reform is going to protect you, and it never does. Hold them accountable for that. And when we have politicians like we're seeing here, this is Angela Riley, who is a councilwoman, part of the same council that is telling me that they will not defend our Constitution and protect your right to vote, that this councilwoman, Angela Riley, has had nothing to say about the violent crime in the city. But she's giving, mind you, I support that she's giving away clothes to the homeless. But I can tell you, the only reason why on January 29th of 2022 that you are hearing about this is because she's running for re-election. Because she's about to go out with her petition board and say, please sign the petition, allow me to run for re-election again. I'm doing such a great job. Look, I'm giving clothing to the homeless. Don't mind the fact that just 3 weeks ago, there was a stabbing. A guy got stabbed 20 times to death. Don't mind the fact that just 2 weeks ago, there was an 18-year-old kid with a gun trying to shoot down a 17-year-old across the street from the high school. Don't mind the fact that in the last 2 months, there have been 3 shootings within a block of this studio right now in her district. Don't worry about that. She's giving clothing to the homeless, so you should re-elect her as she remains silent about the violence that's happening in our community because she wants to do bail reform, because she believes in releasing parolees so that they can shoot up buildings and endanger the lives of 7-year-olds. Yes, that's Angela Riley who is doing that, councilwoman in the city of Binghamton. And if Angela Riley ever wants to dispute what I have just said, this is my conclusion on the facts that exist. And if she disputes that, she can come onto this program and take as long as she wants to explain exactly how I am wrong in what I have just said. Because I am not afraid to listen to any politician and tell me, Mike, you just don't understand. Fantastic. Come on. Say everything you want. I will publish every single word in context, no edits. We have never edited anyone's comments and statements and interviews on this channel. We have always treated them with respect, and we will always let you say whatever it is you want. We will ask the question, and we will listen to whatever answer you get. So if Councilwoman Angela Riley wants to tell me how I'm wrong, that she is distracting the public from the violence that is ongoing because she wants to defund the police and she wants to have bail reform and allow criminals, violent criminals, back onto our streets, and she wants to avoid that and is trying to make herself look all nice and angelic by giving clothing to the homeless who do deserve it. I'm sorry, I'm calling you out on that. And we need to make sure people have term limits and do not get reelected who do that kind of craziness. And I'll give you another example of that, and then I'm going to go to the comments. And I'll catch back up on the comments in just 1 second. But I'll give you another example of what I'm talking about here. And where is it? Here it is. Here's yet another example of it. And just so you understand, nope, wrong one. Hit the wrong one. There it is. I don't just point out that Democrats have been doing something bad. I'll point out the Republican that I think is doing bad. Here's Paul Battisti, also someone who I know. He's a member of the Republican Party in Broome County, just like I am. And Mr. Battisti is bandwagoning right now. You see this? For the past 2 years, we've been seeing politicians telling us how to live our lives. Businesses and individuals have had done their part to ensure our community remains safe and healthy. Excuse me, I went through your entire Facebook page, the very same Facebook page you have this message up on, Paul. And for 2 years, I went back to 2019. There is not one statement, not one, saying that you support the protest of the vaccine mandates. There is not one statement of you trying to stand up for the businesses while we've been going through this pandemic crisis. You are jumping in at the end when the public opinion has turned against these vaccine mandates, has turned against these overreaches of government power because you plan to run for an election. It's no different than what we are seeing happening with Angela Riley. You're bandwagoning. You're doing the same thing that Assemblywoman Donna Lopardo and Fred Akshar are doing, and you're using these feel-good moments to make it seem like you're doing something when in fact you are taking advantage of the public and the media isn't calling you out. I will. And I know Paul. I'm not saying he's a bad man, but I don't like when anyone, left or right, Fred Akshar is also a Republican. I will call out people on the left and the right for abusing the public and trying to get power and to get elected when they don't deserve, or they are misusing the media to try and make it seem like they're doing something that they're not doing, and they're not doing the right thing. Just like I'm going to call out Donald Lopardo, and I'm going to call out Angela Riley. And I will do that across this nation to any politician anywhere. Which is why I don't have a lot of friends in any of the political parties. It's why I'm not famous. It's why I'm not the parties won't support me when I run for elected offices. It's why they don't donate to this channel. They don't support this channel, because I hold them accountable. And I will call them out by name. And I will tell you exactly why I'm doing it. And if any of them disagree, they are welcome to come onto this channel on any day, at any time, and I will put them on live or recorded, and verbatim, every word they say will be presented. And they can tell everyone why they think that I'm wrong. And I will be more than happy to publish it, every single word. And I always have. Kuba, I know you're in Poland. I hope it's good weather out there. And I hope that Belarus is behaving itself at the moment. Falcon mentioned that there's a history lesson that Poland's civilian population was armed to the teeth with small arms. Germany took the country in 14 days. Well, the Polish were also outclassed. You know, when you're saying Germany took the country in 14 days, the government wasn't really standing up by themselves, and they were outclassed. I mean, you're talking about using handguns versus tanks. Not quite that straightforward. There's a lot more to that history lesson. And the Polish underground fought throughout the entire World War II. They were instrumental in D-Day. So there's more to that. But yes, it is true. Jonathan mentions A. Riley has left the chat. I bet she did. She doesn't like me. In person, in public, because I've called her out when she was insulting. She wouldn't help an old man. A 70-year-old man was attacked in front of her. She was made aware of it. And she's like, well, you're white, so it's okay. I have no respect for Angela Riley, and we do not agree politically. I like Falcon. Joe Biden has left the chat. Yeah, you know what? I would be happy to have an interview with Joe Biden, which I don't think he can do. without being given every single question, every single word on a teleprompter so that he can read it back to us, like we saw happened in 2020. And as we see in each of his speeches, he has already had a hand-picked selection of reporters with hand-picked questions that he already has written answers to. But I would love to hear him. And we've had people like Dr. Art Laffer on this program. We've had my good friend Larry Sharp has been on this program. We have a lot of people on. So I'll be more than happy to do it. But I won't give him the questions ahead of time. That I will not do. I don't do that for anyone. Okay. Dow mentions that criminals gamble their freedoms and status as a citizen in a state of war against society. Yet government is more willing to afford benefits to criminals than citizens. And that's the big problem. We are picking on the wrong people. These laws are hurting us. And again, this is affecting the world. Because if you can do it in the United States, which is free, and we are free compared to the rest of the world, we are the power of the rest of the world. And if this is what the American government does, then the other governments in the world will do that much less. It's a problem. And I do agree with, and I do get some of these updates, by the way. Claudia Tenney is sending out, and she's very upset about our border and the fact that, again, we're talking about the Westchester, just like we've notified you all of last year. We were on top of this from the moment that they were sending children to Tennessee. We've been talking about it, and I'm very happy to see now that Congresswoman Claudia Tenney, who I also know, is a friend of mine, Congresswoman Claudia Tenney is making this known and sending out emails to people, letting constituents know that this is a crime and this is a problem and it is destroying America. So I'm very happy to tell her, and when politicians get it right, I'm happy to point out that too. And to let you know that they are standing up for you. Because you need to know that as well. Because the news media certainly isn't going to tell you that. News media isn't going to jump out and go, hey, you know what? They're defending your rights. They're defending your freedoms. No, they're only going to say that for people they like. And for everyone else, well, they're going to try and tell you they're evil, they're horrible, they're bad. By the way, I want to share something with you're my audience. I love you guys. I'm going to tell you something that my sources have been telling me over this weekend. You're probably going to hear about this on Monday or Tuesday. On Monday or Tuesday, I expect that the redistricting of New York State is going to go public. They're going to give you the final map, and they have redistricted. And I can tell you, since 2016, we have been on this program telling you what the new redistrict of New York is going to look like, congressional. And I was telling you how they're going to cut up, in particular in central New York, the New York 22nd District, how they are going to try and destroy the Republican Party. And I am going to tell you that the map for central New York is going to get rid of two different Republicans, that they are going to destroy the Republicans in the 23rd District, 24th District. They're going to remove the ability. New York, Binghamton, Broome County, we're going to be part of Anthony Delgado's New York 19th District. We're going to be swept in there, and it's going to be a Democrat stronghold, and our voices are going to be snuffed out because Antonio Delgado doesn't care about Broome County. He's going to snuff us out. And Claudia Tenney will be safe in that she will have her district. This is what I believe. But the district is going to look nothing like it does right now. And it is designed specifically to make sure that she's going to have a struggle. And they're going to make sure that for that, even though she's going to be okay, and this is going to be a crazy district that mostly looks like what we told you they're going to do, it's going to cost central upstate New York two Republican seats. And this may cause a reaction. There may be something that's going to happen because of this, legally. If the map that I am aware of is in fact the map that will be presented to the public that the legislature will vote on, then there could be a legal repercussion for that. That's what I would say based on the sources I've spoken to this weekend. And I want you to know, none of this is in the, well, what is being presented by the Democrats of the New York State Assembly and the Democrats of the New York State Senate and the governor of New York, the appointed governor, Kathy Hochul, all Democrats, they're doing this not to help you, not to represent you. It's to make sure that they have power, which is why there could be some legal action. And they're about to screw you. I've been telling you since 2016 on this program in various videos, I've been telling the Republicans that I know that this is going to happen. No one listened to me. Here it is. Just so you know. And you're hearing it first here. So Val Falcon says, CNN, ABC, NBC, MSNBC, NPR, CIA, DOJ, NSA, and FBI have announced we are not allowed to have this discussion. Well, you forgot a few other agencies like MI5 and some of the other international agencies. None of them. And that's why we need to have this conversation. That's why I always tell you, please, please, if you are finding this to be interesting, informative, whether or not you agree, if you're finding it interesting, informative, if you are enjoying having this conversation, then sending in your comments on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, DLive, or you can call in at 607-242-1582. If you are enjoying that, please like, share, and please subscribe so more people will be able to hear our voice. We want to hit 1,234 or 1234 subscribers on the channel. Not to make $1 billion. We're not trying to make money here. We're just trying to reach a wider audience. That's all we're asking you for. Just click the subscribe. Help us get to 1,234 subscribers. That's it. That's our goal for 2022. And so we can have a conversation with more and more people throughout the United States, not just in Peru and the United Kingdom, Sweden, Poland, Germany, India, Canada. We want to, and across the United States, we want to have it with even more people. We really do. But it is funny, Falcon. I love that. They have disavowed this conversation. I love it. Well, they have to disavow this conversation. Because if they didn't, then when they throw out these stories, and it's not like they, I will tell you, like this is from CBS. On January 28th, they threw out this story and then they let it drop. They just let it die. It's kind of like when they told us about, when they didn't tell us, the news media had a little blurb that said, oh yeah, Wisconsin, they have a problem because there's a violation of our courts. It's just like when the ACLU, you weren't told in December that the ACLU is fighting against classroom censorship, that they're fighting to keep the ability of teachers to say that you are a racist. No, you didn't hear about Governor DeSantis and the Stop Woke activism. The media put out the story and they can say, oh, see, but we told people about that. And we told people that Pennsylvania, just like Wisconsin, struck down a no excuse voting laws, which was Act 77 in Pennsylvania, because it was unconstitutional. Except they only told you one time very quickly and moved on to another story and said, oh, oops, you didn't pay attention? You didn't notice that? Sorry. And if you don't think it's that big a deal, by the way, January 30th, coming from the New York Post, a Brooklyn teacher has literally called for the death of New York, our police force, police officers. Christopher Flanagan, who teaches math at Coney Island Prep in Brooklyn, has put out a message that he wants to see police die. Where is it here? He referenced what happened in the wake of the George Floyd murder when police officers were demonstrating. And he encouraged violence against police mourning the murder of Detective Jason Riviera. This is who is teaching your kids. That's why I've been going on about this over and over again today. We have this guy, this teacher, who is saying that these people, when they are mourning one of their own, a man who died through no fault of his own, who was attacked because of people, he is being attacked because of criminals with this BLM. They've been taught BLM. White people are racist, they're evil. And when they're getting taught this by these politicians, and they're being taught this by these teachers, and they go out and they commit these vile acts of violence, you're not supposed to react. You're not supposed to have a comment. You're not supposed to think about it. One of the Manhattan cops said, for a school teacher to condone an act of terrorism is reprehensible. I wouldn't want him giving my own children instruction of any kind. A Brooklyn cop says, you have a city worker wishing physical harm or worse to fellow city workers during a solemn service. It's the ultimate act of cowardice. This is what's being taught to your kids. And this is what the ACLU is fighting for. Not against. They are for this. They are fighting. This is what, in Florida, this is what the Democrats are fighting to keep. This is what they are fighting for in New Hampshire and in Wisconsin and in New York State. It is across this country. And if it's happening, oh God, that happens again. And if it's happening in the United States, it is happening everywhere in the world. Because the United States is teaching the world. We are exporting this through teachers and universities and movies and TV shows. We are exporting these ideas, and they're causing problems. This is why Macron absolutely rejects critical race theory and BLM in France. They've outlawed it. It's a fact. Cuba mentions Polish citizens used to be heavily armed before partitions. Now it is one of the most restrictive firearm laws. Actual history of Poland is a great example of why you shouldn't value safety over freedom. When government promises you safety, because they always promise you safety, they always promise you that the next thing they're going to do, like hemp, like drones, like the universities, are going to be home runs. This is it. This is going to take care of everything. It's going to change your life. The government's going to take care of your health care. They know what you individually need, and they can do that for 350 million people. They can decide what's exactly right for each and every one of you by doing the exact same thing for every single one of you, and you don't get to protect yourself because a 5'4" woman can always beat up a 6'3" man that weighs 325 pounds, because look at Hollywood. You saw it in a movie. Oh, wait a minute. You didn't see the movie 355 because it was ridiculous. Because, what's her name? Bing Bing or Fan Fan? Something like that. Because she's 5'2", weighs 98 pounds, and she's knocking out a 6'5" man with one punch. Yeah, that's realistic. And because she can do that on a movie set with a script in a fantasy movie, well, you know what? In real life, your wife, your daughter, your girlfriend, your sister, you know what? They're 5'4", 5'5", weigh 150 pounds. They can take on a 6-foot man who weighs 225. Yeah. I tell you, it's And you do not have to agree with me. I'm not telling you have to agree. I'm not telling you have to believe in the Second Amendment, because America's great. It is beautiful and wonderful that, unlike progressives, you aren't required, outside of colleges and outside of schools, to agree. You have the right to choose. And you can say, Mike, I don't agree with you. And I only ask, tell me why. Don't tell me how you feel. Don't tell me that you don't like guns, because I don't care. Don't tell me that you don't like violence. I don't care. Because that doesn't change anything. Your feelings aren't my feelings, don't change anything. But laws do. And facts do. And unlike Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, we are factually, semantically, empirically, mathematically correct. Because it matters. Okay, so going back to the comments, Dow mentions you could interview Brandon for a full 3 or 4 hour stream, and you might get beyond, come on, man, by the end with a little unintelligible gibberish. Trapper Deborah pressure, yeah. I'm sure he would tell me that I'm not black, because he already told me I'm not black, because I didn't vote for him. Because Joe Biden, a rich, old, white man that the progressives hate, is the one who can tell me whether or not I'm a racist and whether or not I'm black. Because that's just, don't even get me started on that. Anger that brings up. Okay. Thought about getting into law enforcement. Falcon mentions that he thought about getting into law enforcement years ago. Today, you could not pay me enough, let alone my wife made it clear, don't do this. Think about this today. We're discouraging. And this is part of defunding the police. See, it's not just like in New York City where they got rid of 600 police officers. It's not like in Minneapolis where they cut funding by $20 million, or in California where they cut $200 million from police. And therefore, in every single, I know they like to say, well, what happened to my screen? Did they freeze me? Did they kick me off? No, they didn't. Okay. Are they kicking me off? It's not like, see, whether it's defunding the police, reallocating the funds, community services, any of that stuff, let me be clear about this. It's the same thing. It's defunding police. It's firing police officers. But also it's part of turning people against police officers so they don't decide to do that. It's kind of like our military. Our military is telling you, oh, the military is warm and fuzzy, and look at our commercials about how you can be an individual. No, you can't. I've been in the Marine Corps. I have family who are in the Army, and I have friends who've been in the Army and Marines and Navy and Air Force. And you can't have a military with a bunch of individuals running around doing whatever they think they want. Some kind of warm, fuzzy, let's go hug the enemy. It don't work. But if you have a bunch of people who think that's how it works, and then they go in and they see it's not that, and then they reject it, and then they fail, and then you have less people going into the military as these people who were taught that everyone should be riding on unicorns, sucking on lollipops, because that's what the military is. That's what the commercial told them that this girl with her 2 moms decided that she could be in the Army too. Not to say that she's not a good soldier. The message is wrong. The message is it's warm and fuzzy and individual and it's all kinds of fun. That's not the military, and it's not what the military does. And so when people run into that and find out what the reality is, they get out and they tell other young people, you don't want to do that because it's wrong. You don't understand. Stay away from that. Don't become a police officer. Don't join the military because it's tough and it's mean and you're not an individual. You're not supposed to be. That's not the job. And then you have less and less people in the military. You have less and less people who are in the police force. You have more and more crime. And you have nations that run rampant around the world, creating regional wars that kill millions. And you have groups, terrorist organizations like ISIS, going into Central Africa and West Africa, creating civil wars. Because you have leaders who are too stupid to understand the consequences of their actions. We're just going to leave Afghanistan. It's a complete, absolute success. It's an extraordinary success. Don't mind that I left 479, maybe 2,000 Americans in Afghanistan. Don't mind that, all of the terrorists were released because I gave them the keys. And then they went around and created civil wars around the world, killing people. But I'm Joe Biden, and it's okay. No. I don't know. Maybe that was a bad Joe Biden imitation. Probably. Whatever. Yeah, John mentions, yeah. You know why this channel is, why YouTube is cutting some of the comments like it did for Jason and for Jonathan, and why this channel gets choppy at times. Come on, I've been doing this, 2.5 hours? And for 2 hours and 15 minutes, not a single blink, not a problem. When I start talking about certain specific keywords, I start talking about certain consequences, I start talking about your rights and your freedoms and how it affects the rest of the world as I'm talking to the world, all of a sudden, the signal starts getting choppy. People's comments get chopped up. It's not me restricting it. I'm talking to you. I've got no restrictions on there. I'm not trying to stop you from speaking. The internet overlords do. They have an agenda. They want you to think a certain way. In fact, they don't even want you to think. They want you to just do. They don't want you to think about, why is a teacher praying for and trying to incite people to kill police officers who are just doing their job? Because he wants to have them killed as they are at a funeral mourning someone's death. That's the definition of evil to me. That is an evil thing. And this guy is teaching your kids. What do you think he's teaching your kids? I will tell you what I think he's teaching your kids. He's teaching your kids that you, if you are white, are a racist, and I, as a black man and Hispanic, am a victim. And these are things that are true for all of our lives because we were born with the skin color that we have been born with. And we should give all of our power and all of our money over to someone smart, someone different, someone like Patrice Cullors, a confirmed self-avowed communist, so that she can go and buy herself a house, a mansion in Canada. I think not. Yes, I'm a very passionate man. I will speak my mind, and you should too. And again, as I always say on the show multiple times for 15 years, if you disagree, call in 607-242-1582. Come on, send me your comment and tell me why you think I'm wrong. I'm not telling you to change what you believe. I'm not only asking you, why do you believe it? Do you have a reason? Let me show you. And you're going to say, and some people do say, hang on. Some people do say, well, Mike, you just don't get it, Mike. You're wrong. You're missing something. Because this isn't really happening. Attack. And it is real. Because this is this is SUNY Broome. SUNY Broome College. December 8th. And this is critical race theory being taught to students. Unedited video. This is the video of every word that was said at the event that I could tape, that everyone in the room was aware of. Everyone was watching me tape the camera, and Some people assumed that since I was black and in the room, I must be happy about this as they tried to brainwash the kids. And I explained that in 2 hours, exactly every way they tried to brainwash our children. And this guy would have fit right into that room perfectly. These are the things that are affecting your life. And if your friends, your kids, they say, well, politics doesn't matter. I don't pay attention to politics. Politics is paying attention to you. Politics is changing your life. Whether you want it to or not, whether it's in the direction you want it to or not, it is changing your life. And we have people like the far left progressives who are trying to silence you. How dare you speak up? How dare you tell people about this when it's been buried by the news media because it's not a story. It's not something you're supposed to talk about. Ignore it. Ignore that guy. Don't pay attention to him because CNN and MSNBC and CBS are going to tell you what you should think. And don't worry about Bill Maher because they're going to cancel him too because they're going to tell you what you should think and how you should think. And don't even bother to try. That upsets me. Especially because it's happening in America, which is the beacon of freedom and democracy in the world. If anyone should be defending the right of people to speak, it should be here. Instead, we are being told things, and I'm going to get to comments in just 1 second, and this isn't working. See, there is a hope. I don't want you to feel depressed. You have the power. Like when I went and I put this in. We can write the laws. I put in this law for the city of Binghamton to recognize that voting is an American citizen right. Just like in the United Kingdom, it is a British right. Like in Canada, like in Germany, it is a right of the citizens and the way they are run, their government runs. It is your right. And I will force this and I will push this issue and I'm making it public for you. And you know what? More people agree with me than agree with those who are trying to silence all this. Because when we have politicians like Joe Biden, who is trying to railroad and ram down your throat a Supreme Court justice whose only qualification is black and a woman, I ask every woman that is out there, please tell me, what do your genitals, your genetics, and the color of your skin add to your intelligence? How do they add to your intelligence? Yes, there are plenty of blonde jokes out in the world. Please. Honestly, seriously, every woman that ever watches this program, and I know that it's less than the men who watch this, but please, every woman and men, think of your sister, your mom, your girlfriend, your wife, your children, women, you and your friends. Tell me, how has your sex, your genetics, and your skin color added or detracted from your intelligence? Because I will tell you, in America, if not the world, it doesn't. It is not a qualification. Being a woman, being whatever color of skin, being of whatever sexual preference, has nothing to do with your intelligence. Period. And yet, we are being told that that will make the difference in the next Supreme Court justice. Don't question it. Don't think about it. Remember, you're being programmed by these evil, almost said a word I don't say on this program, these evil people who would kill you as you mourn your loved ones. Don't question this. Just understand that it must be a black woman only. Must be, because diversity. You know, Just like we must have an Asian Supreme Court justice, and we must have a gay Supreme Court justice, and we must have a transgender Supreme Court justice, and we need a Samoan Supreme Court justice. We need someone from New Guinea on the Supreme Court. We need a couple thousand different types of people. Some of them are gay, some of them are straight, some of them are trans, some of them are bi, some of them are going to be black, white, some of them will be gray for all I know. Maybe there'll be one or two that'll be undead, that are all on the Supreme Court because diversity. It's stupid. It's stupid. Joe Biden is saying that we must have a black woman. I'm not saying we can't have a black woman. I would like to see a qualified black woman. In fact, there are some 55 women that might have varying degrees of qualification to be on the Supreme Court. 55. Out of all the judges, all the people on all the lawyers and attorneys and judges that could be considered, there's 55 women. Democrats are considering between 8 and 11 of those women. That's it. Why? Because 44 of them, too old. So your age is a factor. Your age will kick you out, because if you're an old black woman, well, you don't count. Old being my age, 54 and older, you don't count. You can't be on the Supreme Court. You have to be younger and black and a woman. That's it. Those are your qualifications. By the way, being intelligent, being good at your job, understanding the law, being respected, that doesn't matter. You just got to be a woman and black. And that's why, according to ABC News, 76% of Americans want the best possible person for the Supreme Court. Period. Not a woman, not just a woman, not just black people, not just straight or gay people, not just a Democrat, the best person. Period. Full stop. 23% of Americans, and that, I guarantee you, are the far left and some extremist Democrats, want a black woman. Why? Why must it be a black woman? Truly, I want to understand. I understand. Fine, we have black people. We've already broken through that. We have Clarence Thomas. We've had Thurman on the Supreme Court. And it isn't bad to have more. I'm not against more. More is fine. We have Elena Kagan, and we have Sotomayor. We have diversity. I'm not against having people. Why look over everyone who's qualified because they're diverse? I don't want that. But I don't want diversity before qualifications. If they're qualified, they should be considered, regardless of the color of their skin, regardless of their gender and what they have between their legs, whatever their genetics might actually be, whatever their sexual preference or their religion might be. I don't care. Are they qualified? First question. Are they good at what they do? Do they understand the Constitution? Then, and only then, tell me about something else about them. You can tell me about the other things afterwards. But if you're telling me it must be a black woman, I will tell you, you are a racist. That is a racist statement. That is a racist idea. Why must it be only a black woman? Why? What if there are more qualified black men? What if there's a more qualified white gay man? What if there is a bisexual white woman? What if there is an Asian male or female that is more qualified? Should they all be overlooked because we must pick a black female, even though she may be less qualified than a whole host of people I just mentioned? And how does that help America Besides diversity, how does it help America to have a less qualified person on the Supreme Court? And if you start the conversation with, they must be this skin tone and this gender, then you're telling me you are less concerned about actually being qualified than these superficial items. That is politics. That is trying to get a vote in the 22nd. That's in the 2022 midterm elections. This is purely meant to get Democrats to show up to vote. The same people who gave $66 million to Patrice Cullors so she could go and buy a bunch of houses in America and in Georgia and over in Canada, those same people, well, that's who they want to vote. Plus, a couple 100,000 illegal aliens who are given the right in New York State because politicians are either too cowardly, too lazy to get up and say, no, that's not what the Constitution says. That's not what America's about. No, illegal aliens, people who are non-citizens cannot vote in our elections. And that should be the thing that everyone in the world gets to see, that America stands up and says, no, you can't do that. No, we will not accept that. No. But, that's me. Let me go back to some of the comments because I stepped away from that for a little bit. Falcon mentions that everyone he knows in the military, or I believe it's a he, Falcon knows in the military is getting out. So prepare yourselves if the draft comes back. Well, they may not have a choice. But remember, they've been kicking people, not only people getting out of the military, they're kicking people out of the military because they're not obeying the government's vaccine mandates, because the government knows your local bureaucrat is a doctor too, right? They're just as good as a doctor. They know your medical health. Never seen your medical health before. They've never seen your chart, but don't worry. They know how to push paper, so they know what's good for your health. It's insane. And again, for the censors on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, I am not making a medical determination. I am not telling people what to do or not do about their personal health care. I am highlighting the fact that the government is always wrong and does not know anything about a person's individual health care. That is a fact. It's not a question. It's not a dispute. It is a fact. The federal government has no idea what my health care is. None. They don't care and they shouldn't care. I care. My doctor cares. But you know what? Senator Hirono in Hawaii doesn't care and shouldn't care. Nor should a bureaucrat in working for appointed Governor Kathy Hochul. They shouldn't care, and they shouldn't stop me from taking care of my health, period. It should be that easy. Alex Jones, Hot Chick says Alex Jones is live. Well, you know what? If I'm being compared to Alex Jones, I'm happy with that. He's rich, he's famous, he's a little crazy, and, he's respected. Not by everyone, but he is respected. And he's right. He winds up being right more than a little bit. I don't find that to be a bad comparison. I'm not upset about that. I'd rather be compared to Alex Jones than to Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. Absolutely. Every day of the week. So John mentions my Biden impression was too eloquent. Yeah, I need to go to the Belmar, get a couple of beers, and then try and do it and be a little more incoherent like Biden. I'm sorry, I don't speak incoherence. Jason's talking about, when we're talking about the critical race theory and the examples that we have shown, as we have gone over, like in December, Binghamton University breeds the ideology. But, don't think they're the only ones, because this is SUNY Broome. They do it too. And I have 2 hours of video on it of you seeing them do exactly the same thing. So it's not just SUNY Binghamton, it's all of our colleges. And just like you saw in Brooklyn, it's in our high schools. It's not just in our colleges. It is this kind of evil that is being pushed on our kids on TikTok. It's being pushed on in our colleges, in our schools. And when you fight against that, when you say, hey, you cannot force people to believe what you believe, that you can't force them to be progressives, then that's when the ACLU says, oh, no, you can't do that. You can't force, you can't stop teachers from brainwashing children. I mean, God help me, this is so crazy in America. And this is what's being taught to the rest of the world. Falcon mentions that when they get depressed, they look at their puppy and gives you a hug. I got my puppy here too. He sometimes shows up on camera, but he usually ignores me while I'm doing this. And he's 9 years old, but I still call him a puppy. I love him. So yes, puppies make us all feel good. So does playing EVE Online, believe it or not. I enjoy that. I've been having fun with that. Falcon mentions that he imagines there's going to be 3 more years of Biden. And I will say again, nope, it's not going to be 3 years of Biden. We have 2 years of Kamala Harris. January 2023, Kamala Harris will take over the presidency as they enact the 25th Amendment to remove Joe Biden. In the meantime, in 2022, what you will see is they're going to try and get in a Supreme Court justice, and they're going to lose the first vote because Kyrsten Sinema, a senator that they desperately need for the vote, is pissed off at the Democratic Party because the Democratic Party is running around and they're saying they're going to primary her, they're not going to give her money, and they're going to silence her because she went off the reservation. And here is James Carville, a world famous Democrat, a strategist, who's saying that Kyrsten Sinema isn't going to win. He's telling you what he wants you to think. She's not going to win if she runs for re-election in 2024 because they are going to punish her. They're going to keep money away from her because she did something that was unapproved, because she actually did what was good for her constituents, because she wasn't silent and therefore she must be punished. And that's why Joe Biden's going to get the 25th Amendment put against him. He's going to be thrown out because he's mentally deficient, and Kamala Harris steps in. And then they're going to have, and the reason why they're going to have, I believe, this is what I believe. This is the conclusion I come from the evidence. The reason why you would put Kamala Harris in for 2 years, besides the fact that Joe Biden won't make it that long, his mind is gone, apparently, is that Kamala Harris will then be able to say, just like Kathy Hochul, that she was picked by the public, even though she wasn't. She'll be a woman, so win, woman. She's a woman president. They're going to run with that all day long. And she's a woman of color, and they're going to run with that all day long. And depending on who she's talking to, she's either going to be a woman of Indian descent, or she's going to be an immigrant, the child of an immigrant, or she's going to be a black woman. She changes that depending on which crowd she's talking to. And she's going to run with that. And just like Supreme Court, she's a woman and she's got black skin, so therefore she must be qualified. Even though all evidence points to that's a lie and that's not even close to the truth, but because she's a woman and she's got black skin, that equals qualified under Democrats, under this progressive ideology that is being shoved down our throats and taught to our children. Therefore, she's going to be, and she will get in, and they can run all day long in 2024 with Kamala Harris as president because you can't say anything. because she's black and a woman. So if you say anything about her, well, then you're a racist, sexist, homophobic, blah, 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 all the ismphobes down the line, and she's protected. It's stupid, makes no sense. It's not good for anyone. It will be the worst thing that will happen to the economy. If you think the economy is bad now, wait till she touches it. If you think your rights for the Second Amendment are bad, wait till Kamala Harris gets to touch it. If you think international policy is screwed up now, oh my God, wait until Kamala Harris, who doesn't even show up at the meetings, gets to be part of the world politic. Oh my God, we're going to screw up everything. And if you think Iran and North Korea, Kim Jong-un, you're talking about Vladimir Putin and Russia. If you think these guys are going out of their minds, wait till you have Kamala Harris in there. And even with that said, now I want to make some things very clear. Even with all that disaster that's going to happen to America as we get to 2024, America will survive. We will be diminished. We will be hurt. There will be more poor people and less middle class. It will be a dangerous time, but America will survive. What will America be America in 20 years? I don't know. Will there be a civil war? Quite possibly. Kind of happening right now. But will we make it to 2024? Absolutely. Will we get through 2024? Yes, we will. It's kind of like when I talk to people about the stock market. Back when we had 9/11, and I had a lot of my clients. I was a stockbroker then. I've been a stockbroker for about a decade, and I did a good job. And I remember when the market was reopening, actually between the day after 9/11, September 12th, up until the market opening, I was talking to people every day, a lot of my clients, a lot of them in person, and I was reminding them to get all the free money that you have available for investing, and we're going to buy every single stock that is, the IBMs, some of the big banks, the pharmaceutical companies. We're going to buy brick companies that make bricks and Alcoa aluminum. We're going to buy all that stuff. And they're like, but Mike, now we're about to, we've been attacked. There's a war. We don't know who did it, blah, blah. And my answer to them, quite simply, was, do you believe America will exist in 5 years? If the answer to that question is yes, then we need to make these investments, we need to buy, and we need to be prepared. And we can make this country a better country in 5 years. Because I'm not asking, do you think America will be good or bad, better place or not? Will it exist? And if the answer is yes, then we can invest, and in that investment, we're going to help to make it better. If the answer is no, sell everything now, move to another country. Whatever country you think is the best country in the world, or may be a good country in 5 years, sell everything now, leave. Don't even waste time. Save yourself the trouble, save yourself the money. Sell everything now, get out of the country, give up your citizenship, and go to whatever country you think is going to be that great place. Don't waste the time, because all you can do is make things worse for yourself. I said that on 9/11. I say that today. In 5 years, do you think America will exist? I think probably yes. More yes than no. I do believe that. Which means I'm willing to invest into America. That's what this program does for the benefit of not just America, but the world. I am investing. I spend my time to talk about these issues that no one else is talking about, to bring you up to date, to let you understand what I see as the consequences of the laws that they are passing. I'm doing that now because this is my investment in America, so that in 5 years, America will exist. And I hope, because of my investment, because of your investment in your comments, your thoughts, and reaching out to your elected officials, in voting in the elections and picking the right person in the petitions, picking the right person in the primaries, picking the right person in November, whomever that is for you. I don't get to pick that. You get to make that decision. When you pick that person, hopefully together in 5 years, that means America not only will exist, but it will exist better than it does today, which means we are a better example for the rest of the world in 5 years, and they will improve, and they will clean up their act, and there will be less crazy terrorist countries running around the world rogue, trying to take over countries and kill people with terrorism. That's what I hope for. That's why I do this. That's why I ask you to subscribe. That's why I ask you to share this. Because that's what I think makes America better. Not everyone being a carbon copy clone of me. Don't want that. Please don't do that. That's what I think. Dow mentions maybe Kim Jong-un will look benevolent next to Kamala Nero as she is fiddling with America as America burns. Kamala Harris would. And so would Hillary Clinton, who is now somehow back in the conversation about politics. I do not understand this. Russell Brand was talking about this just a day or 2 days ago. And I do watch Russell Brand. Yeah, I pay attention to, I pay a lot of attention to the left, whether it's Russell Brand or Joy Reid or articles that come from The Atlantic. You know, I spend a lot of time listening to what the left is saying. I actually go to rallies of a BLM sometimes. Nowadays, they know who I am, so more dangerous for me. But, you know, I used to go to their meetings, BLM and the rest, and I listen to these guys. I listen to what they have to say. And I try and understand. Am I missing it? Am I not understanding? And I truly believe, Kamala Harris is bad news. And so do Democrats. Not just because she's got a 26% rating as, she's got a lower rating than Dan Quayle, who was the national embarrassment because he couldn't spell potato. And she's worse off than him, and he was embarrassed internationally, and she's worse than him. Worse than that, when she ran for the presidency, 5% of Democrats, the very best she ever did, 5% of Democrats said, yeah, I think she's actually qualified. Because they weren't thinking about, well, she's black and a woman, so that therefore she must be qualified. No, in 2019, they were looking at, she's just a bad Democrat. But she's obsessed with power. And I think she's taking her lead from Hillary Clinton, who was the leader of women Democrats who are all about pure ambition and power for the sake of power. There's so much wrong with Hillary Clinton. She's violated so many laws. There are so many things that she probably did as well that can't be proven because all the people who could prove it are dead. It's an amazing number of people who have died surrounding the Clinton family and the Clinton Foundation. Stupefying. It defies all statistical analysis. Do I think she's a bad person? Hell yes, I do. And I think Kamala Harris took Hillary Clinton as the example and said, that's my guiding light. That's my mentor. I want to be a black female version of Hillary Clinton. And she is. You may tell me I'm wrong. Fantastic. Tell me why I'm wrong. What are the wonderful, important qualities that Kamala Harris presents that have been so beneficial to the United States and the rest of the world in helping to make the world more stable, more peaceful, more democratic, more improve the lives of women and blacks? Please tell me all that evidence. Where is it? I will wait. My beard will grow longer, my hair will go white, and you still will not have an answer because it does not exist. If it did, the news media would be trumpeting it every single day. They'd be running that every single minute of every single day from now until November when the midterm elections happen, and Democrats would not be concerned about a landslide loss. And that's a fact. because that's how politics is run. They had something, they'd be screaming it at the top of their lungs. They got nothing and they know it. The best thing they got is we must have a black woman as a Supreme Court justice, regardless of whether she's qualified or not, regardless if she's good or not. She has to be black and a woman and must be a Supreme Court justice. And that's sad. That is racist. That is sexist. That is bad for America. But seriously, folks, what do you think? Because this is what I think. And I love having this conversation with you guys. And I love hearing what you have to say. Even when you don't agree. Even when you say, Mike, that just doesn't make any sense. I did not get that. You didn't explain it well, or I don't understand it, or I didn't see enough evidence for it. Fantastic. Tell me. But I should also mention, oh, wow, we're over 3 hours. Okay. I do want to mention, again, that on February 1st, I will be presenting, I believe, at least a small interview and coverage of politics that are happening in the Southern Tier. I am working on getting two congressional candidates to give us an exact date so that we can present you interviews with those candidates. They have been ducking me for the last month now after promising that they would do this. And if they keep ducking me into February, I'm going to announce their names as well on who's ducking me and how many times that we've had this conversation that they need to have this interview. And they're probably watching the show now, or one of the staff members is. Send me the email. You got my email. You got my text. You know my phone number. Come on. Let's get the date set. Let's do this. I'm annoyed by it now. And I expect to have some interviews with other politicians across the country. Because elections matter. Your vote matters. You get to choose. And some of them are going to be Democrats, some of them are going to be Republicans, some are going to be libertarians. I'm going to have politics. That's not for me to choose. That's for you. I'm going to ask them questions. They're going to give us answers. You get to decide whatever you want about that. Dow mentions that I bet Hillary Clinton gives mob bosses pause in the same way that Harry Potter series, created Voldemort. Politics, boogeyman, woman, crypt keeper. Yeah, that's a pretty good description of Hillary Clinton, all right. Kuba mentions, could you please send me some links or articles about those deaths of people connected with Clinton? It's pretty well documented. Again, I cannot say, and I am not saying, that Hillary Clinton actively killed these people or destroyed their lives. But I am saying that, and actually this is something you can find on Google. I will try and find some of the links as well and include it in the description at the end of the show. But it is pretty well documented that there is a more than statistically believable number of people who have died. Some people have died. I forget the gentleman. He was sitting in a park in Washington, D.C. with a bullet wounds in his back, and it was considered a suicide. He killed himself, shot himself from behind in his back. Like, how do you turn a gun on his back and killed himself? And that was ruled a suicide. And there have been a lot of people who have suicided with evidence, and most famously and most recently, Epstein. Epstein, who had many flights on his private jet to his private island for the pedophiles, had several flights with Bill Clinton. God only knows if Hillary Clinton was on a couple of those flights too. We don't know for sure. And suddenly, when he was put in jail, and it was possible that it could be revealed who he had been on flights with and what they had said and done, suddenly, Epstein suicided himself. Killed himself. Miraculously. In a way that is almost absolutely impossible for him to kill himself by. He couldn't do that to himself. Oops. So if you're looking for someone in particular that's famous, Jeffrey Epstein. So there's one. And again, I can't say that Hillary Clinton and the Clinton Foundation and the Clinton family made that happen. I'm just noting how interesting it is that these people die in some of the most bizarre acts of suicide that we have ever seen. And statistically, they have more people who have killed themselves or died accidentally than any politician or any person outside of a war zone. Just insane. All right, so by the way, folks, if this is the first time like Cuba, Falcon, no, I want everyone to know, whenever we do the live stream, it's not just about the stories that I'm pointing out, because yeah, there's stories that I want to make sure that you hear about and that you know. It's open. You can always ask questions about whatever you are interested in, things that you want to know about, or that you want to hear my opinion on if I know about it, which I tend to follow a lot of stuff. So you can always ask and say, hey, can you provide this information? Do you know this information? What do you think about this situation or that situation around the world? This law or that law? Have you heard about it? Is it being enacted? I try and keep up. So you can always ask. This program is about a conversation between you and me, and whether people are calling in or just typing, it's about a conversation. A conversation that very often is being denied people by the internet overlords or interrupted by the internet overlords because they don't want you to think. I do. I don't expect everyone to agree with me. I don't expect everyone to believe what I believe. Like Morpheus said in, what was it, Matrix Revolutions? No. Whatever the second Matrix movie was. And when he's asked by Commander Locke, Commander Locke says, not everyone believes what you believe. And Morpheus responds, and I really love this line, they don't need to. My beliefs do not require that. You don't have to believe in the Second Amendment. I do. You don't have to believe in freedom of speech. I do, almost absolutely. You don't have to believe that people are not intrinsically by birth, by gender or skin color, evil or good or bad or victims. I think that people are intrinsically individuals. And their skin color and their gender and their sexual preference and all the rest of that, that's incidental. You're an individual. You make a choice. You get judged by that choice and by that character. So sometimes people will agree with me. Sometimes you won't. And you know what? I will never be upset about that. I will never hold that against you. Unless you suddenly try and insult me and tell me I'm an evil, sexist bastard, and then I'll hold that against you. Graham. Hey, Graham. Good to see you with us. Graham says, Mike, great stream. During this long press conference, Joe Biden said that Republicans cannot articulate what they are for, only what they are against. Well, that's not true. I've just done 3 hours and 15 minutes of talking about the things that I am for, the things that I am concerned about. Things like term limits, about freedom of speech, about holding politicians accountable, pointing out when politicians, Democrats and Republicans, are violating the trust of the public, when they are trying to bamboozle the public. And I want to hold them accountable to that. And I am calling them out on that. I'm worried, and I'm speaking about education and how our children should not be programmed. I've been talking about the impact of laws and making sure our elections are safe and secure, even though, of course, we've been told that the 2020 election was the safest, most secure election ever. Don't you dare question that because, my channel will be disappeared in a heartbeat and I will be unpersoned. So I will not question that on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitter. That is absolutely, of course, But let's make them even more secure and more reliable, perhaps with a few tweaks. By following the actual Constitution and the laws of various states. Let's try that because, it's a neat idea. It's legal. So Joe Biden is wrong. Nope, there it goes. System got a hit again. But so Joe Biden is wrong and he's lying. He wants you to feel like you are alone. That's why the media does what it does. They want you to feel like you are alone, like you're the only person having these conversations or these thoughts, that you are somehow isolated and ostracized. And don't you dare speak about this because you're a weird, evil freak if you tell anyone this. And I'm here to tell you that is bull. I'm a black Republican. And guess what? I'm not the only one. I'm a black Hispanic Republican, conservative Republican. And I am not the only one. And there are many people, including many Democrats, many people who are libertarians, who believe many of the things I do as well. We are not alone. We are not isolated. Whether you're on a college campus or whether you're working a job or you're there in high school or you're playing a video, you are not alone. They just want you to feel that way. So no, there's a lot of stuff that we are for, but there's also a lot of stuff we're against. Both things can exist at the same time. He just doesn't want to pay attention to it because it's not in his political advantage. Dow mentions that what assembly district does Tioga County fall under? Tried to look it up and can't find our senator, our state senator, but not our assemblyman. Our assemblyman is actually an assemblywoman. Donald Pardo. Actually, depending on which part you're in, but that would be the 125th. And it was Chris Friend, and I think it still is. Chris Friend is the assemblyman for Tioga County. Let me double check that. Thank you for asking me that question. Hang on, folks. The 124. Yeah, the 124 big flats. Let's see. So, just for you to know, Dal, this is the 124. The 122 is here. This is Donald Pardo. And so this would be the 124, Chris Friend. And that would be his. And he's 124th district and a nice guy. I've met him. I've talked with him. Didn't do an interview, but we did speak. Good guy. I like him. So I hope that answers that for you. Graham asks, what do you think is the best Republican campaign message for November 22nd? I think the best campaign message, period, Republican, Libertarian, Conservative, Democrat, doesn't matter, is I'm listening to you. I serve you. I'm here for you. That is the best message. And I want politicians not to just say it, I want them to do it. And if they haven't done it, get rid of them. Republican, Democrat, Conservative, Progressive, I don't care. If they have not done their job, get rid of them. If they have done their job, keep them. And their message doesn't have to, because I said this when I was running for Congress in 2014. I said this when I was running for the legislature of Broome County in 2020. It costs a ton of money. It's 10 times more expensive to try and sell a lie than to tell the truth. And you'll do better over time telling the truth. It's easier to remember. It's easier to tell people. And people will feel it. They'll know. Republicans, conservatives need to just come out and say, I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm here to serve you. I'm here to be your representative. And this is the best way I think I can do it. I'm going to protect the Second Amendment. I'm going to protect your free speech. I'm going to keep the government out of your kids' heads brainwashing. I'm not going to do this critical race theory. I'm going to treat you and your kids and your families like individuals with respect, because I don't need to choose how to treat you. The level of respect and the fact that you get respect doesn't change by the color of your skin, your gender, or your sexual preference, your pronouns that you want to use. Doesn't matter. If I treat you like a human being and I treat you with respect, none of those other things matter, because you're being treated with respect and intelligence. And if I treat you with respect and intelligence, and you give me that respect and intelligence back, and tell me how I can best help you, we can get better laws, we can get better rules, and we can have a better country. It doesn't have to be harder than that. It really doesn't. Dow mentions it's beyond parties now. We need to fight. We need to be for freedom and the protection of our inalienable rights. I agree with you, Dow. But at the same time, that also falls under, luckily enough, that falls under the conservative and Republican and even libertarian ideologies. Because we're social creatures, we're human beings, we're like bees, we're like ants, we like to be social. We like to be around other people who have, at least tangentially, some of the same likes and interests that we have. That's fine. Like this show, there's lots of people who love to have, there's more people. If we weren't getting suppressed all day and night, I believe there's easily 1,234 people, or 1,234 people who would subscribe and watch this program around the world, out of billions. I have no doubt there is. If they could actually find it, which is getting harder and harder by the show, because there's more and more algorithm against it. So people like that. People like those titles. They like to be part of those groups, whatever it may be. We're in your D&D fandom. I play EVE Online. There are people who play Call of Duty. There are people who are in the local bake shop. People have hobbies. They have groups. We like to be social together. So while freedom is wonderful and protecting our inalienable rights is good, also being together with other people who believe that and working with them also makes us all feel better. And I believe that's why Republicans and conservatives and libertarians are important. Even though, people like Cory Bush and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Bernie Sanders and most of the news media want you to think, you must be progressive, otherwise you're being evil. Screw you. I've talked to a lot of progressives. I see what progressives do. Screw you. I don't need to be a progressive. And Dow mentions that, we need to write some letters and make some phone calls. Absolutely. Again, I've done it, and I will hold politicians absolutely accountable to this. I am not. People say, Mike, what are you doing? Well, not only do I help to inform and tell you what I think the consequences are, I am constantly. I speak to these politicians. I send them legislation. I ask them to make laws. I ask them to make changes that are for the benefit of the public all the time. I'm constantly working. Just because I didn't win elections did not stop. I was doing this stuff before I ran for elected office. I'm doing it afterwards. I'm part of a civic engagement board at one of the colleges. I'm constantly working on homelessness and a lot of other stuff, and I'm sending in bills. Never give up. Don't give up. And don't feel like you're alone. You're not. Graham says, what would you say to the disillusioned voter who doesn't see the point in voting anymore? That the elections are rigged and that we might as well start learning to rely on government less and less. Well, government wins, an authoritarian government wins when people stop fighting. An authoritarian government wins when they have no opposition, when they've pushed them aside and stomped them into non-existence. And with that goes your freedom, your rights, your dreams, your hopes, everything goes. So, yes, I understand it's hard. It's not easy. It doesn't feel like you're making much traction. A lot of people ask me, Mike, you're in upstate New York. More importantly, you're in New York State. It is a bluer than blue state. This New York State for 60 years, 6 decades, has been definitely, if not progressive, definitely Democrat all the way. You can't change that. No, that's absolutely true. And then they go, so why don't you leave? Go to Texas, go to Florida, go to Iowa, Kansas, go somewhere else where it's Republican. I could do that, but that doesn't make America better. That doesn't make New York better. That doesn't make California better. It means that they continue to fall into a cesspool and they get worse and worse. And that bleeds over to other states as they go. Again, New York State leads for 7 years, has been the main state everyone is running out of, and they're running into all the other good states. If we don't try and make it better, everything else just gets worse. Maybe faster, maybe slower, but it just gets worse. Is it fun to fight the fight in New York State? Absolutely not. Do I get a lot of victories? Not always. But here's something fun. Look at your local elections, and this is true no matter where you are in America. Look at your local election. Very often, and I know in the southern tier of New York, there were a dozen different elections that changed based on 12 votes or less. That's 24 votes. If I can reach 24 people, I can change an election. I have the audience I have now, the people I talk to, the work I do in the community. I reach more than 24 people. I reach hundreds. In fact, thousands sometimes. I reach thousands of people. And closer we get to elections, there are more people who pay attention to what I'm talking about because they know I've been doing this a long time. And I do know these people and I do pay attention. You may not always agree with me, but it's kind of good to hear what I have to say to help you make up your own mind. And politicians get terrified of that. That's why a lot of politicians hate my guts. It's not because they don't think I'm smart. It's not because they don't think I'm qualified. It's because they're afraid that if I catch them screwing up, like some of the people I've pointed out on the show today, that I could get just enough votes to switch and they lose. And in fact, we have done that with people who trust me and who've listened to the things I've had to say and considered it for themselves and asked questions both of me and of other candidates and looked at the research that I have done and the interviews that I get to do, and they have made decisions to vote for people or against people. Not just in New York State, but I've done interviews with people as far away as in Nevada and as close as right down the block. So people have paid attention, and in some, not in every election, not in every race, but we've made a difference. You can too. And again, I'm not telling you who to make the difference for. I'm not telling you what party to make the difference for. I'm telling you to go out and make a difference. And you can. But that means you vote. It means the people around you vote. You can make the difference. And politicians are fickle. They love their jobs and they want to keep their jobs. And the only way they can keep their jobs is if they make you happy. And if they see that you're pissed off and you're getting people to vote against them, yes, they may be upset with you, but they will change. They will do something. Usually they will pick one thing that will make you calm down, and they will fix something or they will stop screwing up something so that you're happy enough, just long enough to get through that election. It's not the best way to win freedom, but it is part of the way. I don't know. Just a way to think about it. Let's see. Dow says there's a need to reform the parties to ensure a more constitutionally conservative populist representation of our government. I agree, and every single Democratic Socialist of America, especially the Ithaca chapter, completely disagree with you. They want people to obey. But I think you're right, Dow. Mary mentions he has a point saying that it's hard to consider your vote will matter anymore. Now New York Assembly just passed another bill regarding absentee ballots that will make it more likely to be, I can't say those words. Facebook, YouTube, Twitter will cancel me instantly, which is sad because I should be able to say that. It's an opinion. We should be able to have a conversation about politics. It's First Amendment. But honestly, I can't, because if I do, they'll just unperson me. Let me say, it is hard. I mean, I'm doing this 15 years. And I don't say that to brag. I say that because I believe in this. I have a passion for this. This is what I believe is important. And I do it. And I lose money every year, year after year, for 15 years. I've never made money at this. I've never received a dime from any political party, from any candidate. Never. I don't even have an advertiser. Wish I did. Don't even have an advertiser, and definitely have never had one that's politically oriented. It's important because I believe in doing this, it helps to make the world better. And I don't know, sometimes that means, and I've had conversations where people where just one person says, that helped me. Thank you. And if I can do that, even one person a year, one person a month, one person an episode, then it's worth it. And I think I generally do. And I think I help. I think we are helping to make the world better, not letting politicians get authoritarian and dictatorships and crazy and think that they can get away with anything because no one's paying attention. Because a lot of them, especially in central New York, they know I'm always paying attention. I'm always hearing about what they do. I have contacts in every party, in every organization. There are people that I know, that I speak to, that I've been speaking to for years. Don't always say it publicly, but I hear a lot of the stuff that's going on behind the back doors, that's hidden from the public, that's not necessarily something everyone knows. There's always someone watching. And because of that, they don't get as bad as they could be. And sometimes they even get it right. And there are good people. There are good people out there. So, my friend Claudia Tenney, and I'm biased on that. She's a friend of mine. She's Congresswoman. I've known her when she was before she ran for Congress, when she was an assemblywoman, I knew her. I knew her when she ran for Congress, when she won, when she lost, when she won again. I've known her back and forth for many years. I think she's a good person. I think Chris Friend, decent guy, good person. I like them. Sophia Rezzanetti, good person, absolutely. Others, we'll talk about more. And I think more and more people are realizing, you know what? As much as the media beat up on you, as much as the internet overlords say you must obey, I think more and more people, it's like what we saw with the poll on Biden. They're telling you, you must, where is it? I'll show you. Again, Biden's up there saying, it has to be about color, has to be about skin. And the answer is 76% of America says, no, it just has to be the best person. Give us the best person first. Everything else, we'll work out afterwards. If Biden had said, from the beginning that he was going to make sure that he had the best Supreme Court justice if he got elected and being in the White House, that he would make sure that the very best person qualified would be a Supreme Court justice under him. No one would question if that person happened to be black or a woman or gay or straight or anything else. No one would care. But he didn't say that. He says it has to be a black woman, which means they don't have to be qualified. And that's why 76% of people say there's a problem. Jason says, did you talk about the maps? I did. And again, for my audience, very privately, it should be coming out next day or so, according to my sources. The New York State maps, congressional and otherwise, are going to screw the people over. They are going to definitely take away, it's engineered to make sure that there are elections after the 22nd that Republicans cannot win. Cannot. At least two Republicans in New York State will absolutely lose because the way they've redrawn the maps. And they're going to make it difficult for everyone else. They are consolidating power. They're trying to, and it's not about you. It's not because the public wants that. I mean, upstate New York votes conservative. They vote Republican overwhelmingly. New York City, Albany, Rochester, they vote Democrat, but the rest of the state votes Republican, and you just got kicked in the butt at every level of the state government. And you're going to see that reaction in a bunch of races, and there's going to be a lot of people who are going to, and they're all waiting for this paper to come out so they can say, I'm running for election. Very few of them are like Sophia Resinetti, who said, hey, beginning of the year, I'm going to run. And had nothing to do with what the lines and the districts are. She's running because she believes she can do the best thing possible for people, which is fantastic. And I respect her for doing that because she's not playing the politics of saying, well, what's the line like? And I know, and I respect Robin for saying he's going to support the establishment and he's their pick because the establishment wants to have control over that seat. In fact, the establishment want Donald Lepardo to win instead of any Republican. But that's the maps, and you're going to hear that in 2 days, and then you're going to suddenly see a lot of people have different conversations, and maybe Antonio Delgado, congressman of the New York 19th, will finally decide to actually respond back to me after 3 months, 4 months of sending him emails and making comments, and he has refused to acknowledge us because, I don't know, he must think I'm not an American citizen or something. I don't know. Okay, so Graham says, to circle back to your original question in the description on instability of the world, okay, what should pessimistic Americans do to prepare for a future full of political and economic instability? That's not the future, that's right now. The world right now, easily before Biden, before Trump, during the Obama administration, 2008. I mean, I'm just going back on recent history. We can go back to 2000. The world has always been unstable. We've had periods of higher instability and less instability, which is going to happen because we are all human beings. We've seen that instability grow under weak presidents and bad plans. Look at the Obama administration. Global terror increased because he was a weak president with no plan. Look at Biden administration. The world is going berserk because he's a weak president with no plan. Domestically, he has no plan. Inflation is soaring. He's spending money like a drunk sailor wishes that he could. Kamala is nowhere to be seen. She only pays attention to the border one time a year. Hang on, this is an election year, so she might have 2 meetings about the southern border, even though it's completely meaningless and she's doing nothing. So we already had that. So the answer is, what do we need to do? What you should be doing anyway. 1, write letters to your politicians. Let them know you're paying attention. 2, call them up and tell them directly, I'm paying attention. I'm looking at your record, not your commercials, not your ads, not your flyers. I'm actually looking at your record of what you did. 3rd, let them know, hey, you know what? I'm watching programs like this one where someone has been watching you for 15 years and remembers and has video of all those little statements that you made, those promises you gave us, like hemp, that completely failed. And now you're telling us, oh, no, it's all good. I have the answer. I have a home run for you. What about the last 3? We remember. Do better. Vote. Absolutely vote. And then stop wasting money on things we don't need. We all do that. We all waste money to some extent. Waste less money. Does that mean you have to have Netflix and Hulu? No, pick one. Does it mean that you got to go to the movies every weekend? No. Do you have to buy a video game every single week? No. Do you need a video game every month? No. Or play a free one that is good and a quality game instead of paying for a game. So you don't always have to pay for it. These are things in my life. I'm pointing to things that I've done in my life. So you may say something completely different. Maybe you go to dinner, you eat out every single day, especially young men in high school, college, those years. You may eat out every single night. Save money. Don't. Go to the store, learn how to cook. Make a pork roast, make a ham, learn how to make steak, spaghetti. Learn to make a meal. Eat in 2 times a week, 3 times a week. Save some money. And that will help you with the economic instability that's going. Because suddenly now you have the money you were going to spend on chicken wings for $20. Well, that $20 went to a month of spaghetti. Now you're able to feed yourself regardless of the fact that the price of the chicken wings went up, and it's going even higher. Well, now you have money, and now you have food, and you have an extra $20 that, you can go out, or if it's every week. So you're looking at, $60 now that you have in your pocket that you can use to do something else. So that's what I would suggest. Graham says, by pessimistic, I mean, what do they not view? I mean that they do not view the Biden regime favorably. Again, same exact things I just mentioned. And don't vote for Democrats because they're supporting that ideology. It's top down. Jason thinks that if I wasn't a citizen, that Antonio Delgado, the congressman of the New York 19th, would actually respond. You're probably right. Mary mentions, interestingly, a bag of grocery costs $100. Mary, are you kidding me? A backpack not even full costs $100. It's ridiculous. Dow says, it's called budgeting. It is. We all can't live like, New York State, just spending billions of dollars and assuming that money will come from somewhere. I wish we could. We can't. And the more they do that, the less our money is worth, the more expensive things become. It's kind of sad. Oh my God, we've been on for 3 hours and 49 minutes. Wow. Okay. Long show. I love it. By the way, folks, I forget how long we're on. Normally, I like to do 2.5 hours, and lately that's becoming 3, and now we got an even longer show. It's because I love talking to you from around the world, whether it's in Poland or you're down in Peru, whether you're in the United Kingdom, like Agent Black always likes to come in, or Sweden. We've had people watching the show from there, or whether you're down in Arizona or Australia or you're in New York State. I love talking to you guys. I love having this conversation. And when you make me think, I love it. Of course, my voice is a little tired, but so I'm going to be going in a few minutes. But please also share this. Share this with your friends, even the Democrats, even the progressives, because I love to hear their voices too. Not when they're telling me that I'm just evil, sexist, and ugly. I don't care about that. But when they tell me, hey, I disagree, and this is why, and maybe you should read this article, maybe you should listen to this speech. I love it when they say that. Sometimes I've read those things, but sometimes I haven't. So let them know too. And remember, I'm asking, please, if you made it anywhere through this whole thing on Sunday, we're going to do it again next Sunday. And all we ask is subscribe, whether it's on Odyssey, on BitChute, we're on Rumble, we do this on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, especially YouTube. Please subscribe. It helps us. It helps us a lot. And it helps reach other people. So let me see. Last couple of questions here, folks. So what are your thoughts on the New York governor's race? You mean appointed Governor Kathy Hochul's attempt to become empress? I hope she loses massively. I want her to fail. She's horrible. She destroys businesses. She's just as bad as, there's a reason why Kathy Hochul was the lieutenant governor for the disgrace that was Andrew Cuomo. There's a reason that he picked her, and we're seeing it now. She's just as bad. The reason why healthcare in New York is so bad at the moment is because she fired 34,000 of our doctors and nurses because they wouldn't obey, and I don't agree with that. She's destroyed our businesses. She's helped to continue the same horrible pattern of abuse that we see from Andrew Cuomo. So I want her to lose. Now, who should win? That's a harder question. And, some people like Larry Sharpe, some people like Lee Zeldin. You can have that conversation. I'm not telling you who to pick. But I am telling you that I personally can't stand appointed Governor Kathy Hochul. She wasn't the pick of the American people, and she shouldn't be. Yes, people should learn how to invest. Dow mentions people should learn how to invest. I agree with that. I'm a former stockbroker. I talk to people about stocks and investing and how to learn how to invest all the time. I think it's a very important thing. Dow mentions that there was a saying that a wise man said that our time is our ultimate currency. Our minds, I think, are our ultimate currency. What you fill that mind with and the time that you take to fill that mind with wisdom and knowledge, it's priceless. I agree. Mary Mancini says, amen. Hochul needs to be removed, but her running mate, the current attorney general, is no better. The lieutenant governor that we have right now is a member of BLM, the same people who bought a bunch of houses for Patrisse Cullors and increased the amount of crime in New York State. That is a fact. Crime is up. And we got less police because of the current lieutenant governor and the policies that we see that Hochul is doing. So, yeah, I have no love for any of them. Graham says, I'm not familiar with New York political landscape. Have you heard? You should have heard of Lee Zeldin. Lee Zeldin. He's the New York 2nd District. He's a congressman, or rather, he was a congressman, and now he's running for governor. So that's where you may have heard of him from. He was a member of Congress and pretty well known. And you may have heard of Larry Sharpe, who's a personal friend of mine. I've been on his show twice. He's been on my show 3 or 4 times. Larry is a libertarian who's running for governor. And I want him to, I want people to consider him too. I'm not telling you to vote for him or Lee. I'm telling you at this moment, look at them both, listen to them both, evaluate them both. And I know personally, I know Larry Sharpe. He is a friend of mine of several years now, actually 7, 8 years I've known him. And I respect him, and I think he deserves people's attention. Whatever you ultimately vote for, that's up to you. But, you know, I'm definitely going to tell you, look at my friend. Not ashamed to say that. I'm honest, at least. At least I'm honest. He's my friend. Go check out my friend, Larry Sharpe, because he's running for governor. I'm honest. You get to decide if you want to vote for him or not, but just look him up. And tell him Mike said so. He'll get a real kick out of that. Okay. So, 5 minutes, folks. You got me for 5 more minutes. It'll be 4 hours. I'm tired. I need to go get a beer. I need to go to sleep. I need to be on Eve Online. And Dal, I will be on tonight because I got destroyers. I got some destroyers. Cool. I got to figure out what I'm going to do with them, but I got destroyers. And I'm selling a bunch of drones. And I have enough drones. I'm going to give you some of my drones as a gift. So for people who are wondering, what in the world is Mike talking about there? My downtime. Some people like to go to movies. Some people like to go out on dates. I should probably go on dates, but I play video games. And I play EVE Online, which is free. So I'm not advertising it. I don't get paid by them. It's a video game. I just like playing it. And in particular, I'm live streaming when I do it off of my other channel. And so people get to see me screw up, blow up. They get to laugh and watch me play the game. And I don't care because it's fun. And I get to talk to a bunch of people who know what they're doing. And they tell me how many ways I do things wrong, which is fine because that's the whole point. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm having fun doing it. And I got a bunch of, and so it's a space game. You're in outer space. You have a business. You build things. You fight people. It's intricate. It's an intricate game, and it's free. And I'm not really great at it, but I'm not bad. I'm not great, and I die occasionally. And people laugh, and I laugh, so it's fun. So that's what I'm talking to Dal about, and some other people who follow me. And if you go to my Discord, I have an actual channel in the Discord about me playing that game, as well as talking about politics, because I think it's important. And I was mentioning this to a candidate recently, and I was telling this candidate, every day, take an hour for you. Just, I know, you got the campaign, you got your family, your friends, you got work. Everything's pulling in every direction. Take an hour a day. If you can take more. If you can't, that's fine. But take an hour and do something for you. Watch a movie, listen to music, classical, whatever, rock, whatever you want to listen to. Call a friend, play a video game, watch a movie, whatever it is for you, do it. Go out on a date with your significant other. I don't know. Snuggle up with them. I don't know. Whatever it is for you, just go out and do it and enjoy it. And let yourself reset. Let yourself recharge. It's important. Especially after a couple of years of having to deal with COVID and all these problems, we all need, I think all of our batteries are tense and down. It's part of one of the reasons why the intensity of the problems in the world are so much higher. Not just that they're happening, but why they're so much more intense right now is we're all still strung tight. Take your time. Do something else. Enjoy. That's what I try and do. So it's advice. My advice from a 53-year-old man. Take it, don't take it. Tell me if you have a better set of advice, I'm open ears. Tell me. But that, I think, helps a lot. Any thoughts on the crashed F-35? Did Joe Biden give his dear friend Xi Jinping a $100 million gift? Actually, I'm not familiar with that. Did that happen today? Hang on a second. Yesterday. I didn't follow that. So I can't say. I missed that one. Don't know how I missed that. I don't know why I missed that. But so I don't have an opinion. I don't know enough about it to know anything. I just found out you're telling me, because I can't follow everything. So I had no idea that an F-35 crashed. So I don't know. So with that said, folks, 4 hours. God, that's a little bit longer than usual. Thank you if you've been with me through this or in part of this, or if you're watching this afterwards. Please leave your comments. Tell me where you think I'm right. Tell me where you think I'm wrong. Tell your friends about it. Have a great life. Be well, my friends. And, check out the channel throughout the week. We'll do other episodes. And every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will be live with you, listening to your voice, your thoughts, everything that you have to say, because you matter. Your voice matters. And I love you all. I appreciate you. I'm off to the Belmar. I'm going to get a beer. Then I'm going to go play some EVE Online. Everyone's welcome to see me. Check out the Discord. The link is in the description, as well as everything in the show. Be well, everyone. Thank you.